this thing are impeding certain
release and escape of one of these undocumented migrants. Remember, that was a huge story at the time. Now there.
Chief Rocket says to hell with Kaka and Skeet. Facts. Bro, honestly, look, this is going to sound super arrogant for me to say this, but I would say we're at least 3 to 5 times more relevant than those fucking guys, bro. Anus and Reach, bro. I truly think we're far more relevant than they are, bro. I don't even think it's close. Because you could, bro, despite the fact that we've been banned off so many different platforms, you can literally still find our content everywhere, bro. To this day, people still come up to me and ask me if I'm a TikToker. Bro, I've been banned off TikTok since fucking 2020. You know what I mean?
They're in Milwaukee. This, though, in Newark, New Jersey, unfolding right now. We have a live picture outside the Delaney Hall ICE detention facility where, from what we're told, there was some type of protest organized by New Jersey Democrats, and it has turned somewhat chaotic there and somewhat hairy. And you see there, this is from what, New Jersey Spotlight News on social media. A new video from the scene. You see some of these HSI agents there.
Yep, you got HSI there, yeah.
That's Homeland Security investigations. I believe there is the mayor of Newark, Ross Baraka, and others. This is quite tense. And you see there Congresswoman Watson Coleman. I'm not sure, I don't see.
Wait, this is the mayor of
Spotlight News on social media. A new video from the scene. You see some of these HSI agents there. That's Homeland Security investigations. I believe there is the mayor of Newark, Ross Baraka, and others. This is quite tense. And you.
Wow, these niggas literally said that a former fan destroys Fresh and Fit. Yo.
You see there Congresswoman Watson Coleman. I'm not sure, I don't see Robert Menendez Jr. For those watching, that is the son of disgraced former U.S. Senator Bob Menendez. He is a House member there in New Jersey, his son Menendez Jr. So this is quite a tense situation, turning somewhat physical. Oh, there's Menendez there. You just saw him try to push off some of these other federal agents outside this DHS detention facility. What a video. Wow.
Yeah, so tense there as they make their way past the gate there and then continue to go in, and you see the security police trying to stop them from getting past that gate.
So, Mike, what is so interesting, we don't know whether or not these members of Congress and the Democratic mayor of Newark, whether they're, advocating on behalf of an individual or kind of the, system writ large. That's unknown right now. We don't know whether or not they are kind of pleading on behalf or advocating on behalf of an individual in the detention facility itself. But it seems like, according from the statement we have from DHS, that they had concerns with some of the conditions, Mike, and the facilities themselves at the holding center. And you see there, we have our live picture outside of the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center, operated by both ICE and DHS. So like I said, this is a very evolving situation. And it did look like in one of these live vantage points, we might get some type of press conference. Not sure when.
It did look like that podium was set up there just to the right of the camera, so we'll wait and see on that one. And, it reminds a lot of the first President Trump administration. We did see this in the past where members of Congress would try to go to several different ICE detention centers and go unannounced, of course, and then try to get a look or demand to get inside a look to see what the conditions are like.
Yeah, that's right. It's also somewhat reminiscent in the very early months of the second Trump term 2.0, we call it here, of some of these Democratic lawmakers kind of standing outside federal buildings in the wake of some of those reported cuts being made to the federal workforce by DOJ. You'll remember just mere months ago, some of these Democratic members of Congress literally tried to kind of storm into the headquarters of the Department of Education, and they were rebuffed. So you're seeing some of these Democratic lawmakers kind of take matters into their own hands, which is really striking. You know, these are elected officials, these are elected representatives, and having situations kind of devolve like that is not something you see every day, frankly, Mike.
No, not at all. And here was just some video from right after the big scene that took place with congressional members, and the protests did continue then after that, but it was much more calmer than what it looked like a little.
Oh, hold on.
Us on Live Now from Fox, giving us some great insight of this breaking news that will be continued to talk about throughout the day. So again, Andrew, thank you again, and we will see you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, and now let's take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll continue to monitor the situation out in New Jersey, see if there is, in fact, a news conference going to be happening in just moments. If it happens, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2.
That is absolutely nuts, guys. That is absolutely fucking nuts. What a fucking time, bro. What a fucking time, man. Wow. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this situation. All right, we got here. Myron says, did you see the video that Marquette made about you being on Pierce Morgan's show? According to them, you don't have the right to comment on FBA's. No, I didn't see it. Alan Hurt says, hey, I'm just starting to see I want the whole system broken down and rebuilt. I'm challenging the system. I demand change. They're all corrupt. Farrakhan. Myron, some niggas don't like me. Don't play that shit and got lawyers. I want change, judges included. Well, anyway, that's going to happen, bro, is you're going to have to run for office, bro. Could you discuss the fast track process of refugee from South Africa who are permanently racist? They arrive in USA this Monday. Immigration attorney, bro. Immigration attorney. I am not an immigration attorney. Let's see here. Let's see here. So first thing I want to cover is we're going to cover this chick, Emily Saves America, aka Emily Griffs America. I've kind of known that this girl was capped for a minute, but you know, what else is new, right? With these chicks, they're always on some fucking bullshit. By the way, guys, we already got 4,000 you guys in here. Do me a solid, like the video. Okay, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Let's get into the first topic. All right. So this video went viral, right? This chick from Emily Saves America. And you guys know this girl is the one that debated Dean Withers and made a mockery of all conservatives because she's not really that smart. But let's roll the clip and I'll give you guys my take.
I hate to call out my own party, but the young girls on the right promoting this like trad wife bullshit. I just want to make sourdough for my husband. That's great. I'm all for it. I promote traditional values. I understand. I have been working since I was very young. I don't really plan on stopping working. I suggest you find a hobby that makes you money. But you guys, guess what? Guess what, baby girl? That lifestyle working out, a man, a provider, you just get to sit at home, bake bread every day, slim to none. I would say none that's going to work out for you or quite literally anyone you know. You're actually setting yourself up for failure because it could not be easier, if that's what you're going to pursue, to be trapped by a man. Okay? Also, let's bring some other things to the table besides sourdough. Guys want to be mentally stimulated as well as physical, okay? But I'm just like, please, you guys are too young to be promoting this. And also, by the way, it's cringe. You guys hate to call out my own party, but the young girls.
So as you guys can see, right? and I've been telling you guys this about these like conservative women for a minute, that they're literally grifters. This is what they do. Like, she calls herself Emily Saves America. It's really Emily Grifts America. Now, this is just part of the mask coming off. So she also makes this video as well, which I want you guys to see here, right?
I'm sorry, but the amount of little fucking like 19-year-old white boys in MAGA hats who love to send me messages about how I need to find God and I'm a fucking degenerate and all this shit. Why don't you fucking worry about yourself, okay? I'm fucking vibing. I'm crushing it. I'm having fun. I'm the life fucking party. Something you'll never be. You live in a fucking flyover state. You have little dick energy. You're probably a fucking virgin. So why don't you just focus on you, whatever the fuck makes you happy, and I will keep going to nightclubs, partying, and doing drugs, because that's what makes me happy. And you know what? I would fuck, and yeah, lastly, I would fuck your dad, but he doesn't make enough money, so.
Yeah, so she thinks like this is cute, edgy humor, but in reality, it confirms what the critics have been saying. And I've been saying this about this girl for a minute. You guys got to understand, right? So like, we're hitting a culture shift where conservative content is starting to, like, left-wing content has become so fucking loony and so woke and so annoying and so politically correct that there has been a shift to the right, right? This is like, you know, you've noticed that there's been a mass interest in conservative content, especially for men. Now, on the female side, women are slowly starting to come over to the right, not as much, but this is why women like Emily Saves America and other females that are like conservatives do so well. Like, a female political commentator that's a conservative doesn't have to really be that smart. She could be like one times as entertaining as like a guy. A guy's got to be like 10 times more entertaining to get the same audience or get the same reach. Women are able to get into rooms and get into certain situations that other women will, that guys will never be able to get into, right? I'll give y'all an example. Look. I'll give you guys the example. Because people think all the time, Myron, you know, show me, what do you mean by this? Like, so let me give you guys a perfect example of what I mean by females live life on easy mode in almost everything they do, whether it's political commentary or it's being a content creator, whatever it is, right? I'll just show you guys this clip, and it literally proves my point. This comes from Red Pill saying, right? This girl goes on InfoWars, right?
Going back to foreign influence as well with China, for instance, just for a brief moment, there's influence everywhere that is plaguing the United States of America. You have Qatar funding institutions and funding programs at Texas A&M. They're completely indoctrinating, college kids, starting kindergarten.
Yeah, they came out with a game called Guitar Hero.
Yeah. So I think that we're seeing foreign influence everywhere that needs to be shut down, needs to be cut off. We need to make sure that we're putting our own interests first and making sure that we're, focusing on.
I think the government is not coming out with the Epstein files because they're trying to protect the fact that it was Qatarian intelligence that was responsible for the whole operation. And they're a very important strategic ally.
It's an interesting theory. I've never thought of it that way. Going back to foreign influence as well.
You can see how dry she is, right? Doesn't really know what she's talking about. Filler language to kind of get her point across. Like, not really, you know what I mean? Candace Owens is the best, but Candace Owens is one of the few that I respect. And here's the thing. I know this girl. She's on X, right? I think she fainted the other day, man. I hope she's all right. But, yeah, I think she fainted on Fox News the other day, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. So, besides the fainting, you guys saw how she performed on, InfoWars. She gets an interview on Fox News, right? So she literally gets an interview on Fox News after this.
Ideology, or it's not about.
Oh my goodness! We're just gonna.
That's crazy. That dude didn't even get out of his chair, bro.
Some help here for Cameron. Let me come back to Lydia while we get some help for Cameron here. Lydia, the President, we're gonna go to a break right here. We'll be right back.
This guy. So, yeah, look, I'm glad she's okay. I think she tweeted earlier today saying that she's fine. This isn't to attack her for fainting. The point is to show you guys that there's a market rampant that wants to devour female conservative political commentators, because the thing is that they're able to draw in other women and other men are going to watch them, right? Tomi Lahren is another example. Tomi Lahren is, I'm a conservative, but she's really not. She's a feminist in disguise. Megyn Kelly, feminist in disguise, right? Let me show you guys what I mean by fucking, look at this shit, man. Michelle Obama is such an embarrassment. Anyway, here, let me show you guys, like Megyn Kelly, for example, right? Because I want to drive this all home for you guys.
Doesn't hate Jews. Maybe Khan is just a citizen journalist. Maybe he got pulled into this against his will because he saw a sign he found offensive and he posted the video of it online without comment just to let people know this was happening. And then, according to Portnoy, had a conversation in which he confessed to something far more nefarious than the facts as I've just allegedly laid them out, and is only now doubling back on them. But in any event, maybe he's totally innocent. What would you do if you were in his position? What would you do? Maybe you'd go on the Megyn Kelly show. Maybe you'd go on Good Morning America. Maybe you'd speak to the Associated Press. I don't know, you do something, right, to get your side of the story out. Khan decided to go on the show of a man named Stu, S-T-E-W, Peters. And I'd never heard of Stu Peters before.
So another one of these women that's like, pseudo feminist, etc. And then let's get the clip also where Andrew, let's go YouTube. Let's fast forward this shit a bit.
Privilege in society, right? But what is it women are giving to men to get it? What are they giving them? Tell me.
Well,
Can I please chime in here?
Yes, you can. And then James can, and I'll come to you, Sean.
No, I would love to. I love this whole thing of like, if you're a female conservative and you don't believe that men should be douchebags, that all of a sudden you're a covert feminist. Call me a feminist. I really don't give one crap one way or another, but I can tell you this. A lot of these men, these podcast hosts on the right that like to think of themselves as these big masculine men, and what am I getting out of it? I can tell you this.
There's that feminism.
All right, I believe I'm a woman of virtue, right? Yeah, there's the feminism.
See, Andrew called her ass out right there.
Oh, and then you're interrupting me too.
Didn't take long, did it? Didn't take long, did it?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak over me?
Yeah, I don't care if you call me. I don't really care if you call me a
strong,
feminist.
independent woman.
Yeah. You're actually interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you when you were spewing your bullshit. So now it's my turn. Okay.
True. You mean the truth?
Like I said before. So I believe there we go again. Piers, I'm a woman of virtue. I happen to be independently successful. I have a husband who's not only a former professional athlete, but is currently a professional baseball coach. So is he not a masculine man? I mean, I'm confused here. What's your concept of a masculine man? Mine is a man who respects me.
Yeah, that misses the point, though. Like, you're still not contending with the argument that I'm making.
What's your point?
I'm saying inside of society, right this second, right, masculinity is not only punished, but also women on the right, covert feminists on the right, are constantly and consistently talking about how they need to have privilege in society. I want men. Their version of masculinity is men who take care of us, men who protect us, men who do all of this. Those are all duties that men have towards women. Great. What are the duties that women have towards men? What are the duties that women have towards anything? What do men get out of this arrangement? What are we getting out of this arrangement? Can you tell me?
Okay. So I'm going to try. Yeah. So I'm going to deal with what y'all are saying, and then I'm going to say it. My first fight was with a
Got to get ready.
And nothing changed except timing.
Kid wearing a swastika.
Yes.
And then he said, lick the finger.
Oh, Jared.
Oh, shit. My bad. I'm muted. Guys, I said the real niggas know what I'm doing right now. So I'm going through this girl's channel. She has a video on here and they're about to either of these niggas, bro. All right? You guys, the real ones know what I'm about to do right now. This was a stupid-ass video from her shit.
Hey there.
Okay, so let me show you guys another clip as well. Okay. Here we go.
Over the past few weeks, we've spent a considerable amount of time talking about marriage from the perspective of a man. This is a perspective that isn't discussed often enough and is even less understood. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about the concept of emotional labor, which is a term used almost exclusively by women about themselves. The claim, which you'll find in a million articles or hear in a million TikTok videos, is that women carry a disproportionate amount of the emotional and mental burdens of marriage and family life, and I explained why that is a rather severe misconception. This past Friday, we talked about the wildly viral video of a feminist social media influencer who announced to the world that she almost divorced her husband for failing to do household chores when and how she wanted. And I, again, explained in detail why that woman has an attitude that will kill her marriage, just like it's killed so many thousands of marriages before hers. Now, we're not going to rehash either of those conversations, but we are going to spend some more time in this general vicinity. A couple of days ago, Megyn Kelly jumped into the fray. She shared her own reaction to that viral video I just mentioned. She seemed to generally disapprove of the woman castigating her husband publicly, but she also disapproves of the way that many men on the right approach and talk about marriage. And I'm going to play those comments from Megyn and offer a response. But before I do that, I need to rewind the clock by about a year to set the stage. And before I do that, I need to preface everything I'm saying by saying that I personally like Megyn. I've been on her show a number of times. I've had nothing but pleasant interactions with her. I met her in person for the first time at one of the inaugural balls in January. I found her to be very kind in person. So I have no personal problem with her at all. But she does have a bit of a problem with me, it would seem. So before we get to Megyn's comments this week, I'm going to play something that she said about me last year. And I heard this clip at the time, but I decided not to say anything about it or to respond to it. I try not to get into public spats with people on our own side, which is why I quite frequently let it slide when people on our side, who I thought were friends or at least friendly, take shots at me, which it happens all the time. But I feel it necessary to bring this up now because it will provide some important context to Megyn's remarks last week. And also, I think the conflict between feminism and what we now call the traditional view of marriage and gender roles is coming to a head. It's coming to a head on the right. And now is the time to get it all out in the open. As conservatives, we have to decide if we want to conserve the view of the sexes that was held by basically everyone in the world for all of human history until the middle of the 20th century, or if we want to conserve feminism. We cannot conserve both. And I know which I prefer. So with that said, let's go back to February 3rd, 2024, when Megyn Kelly appeared on a podcast called...
So let me kind of go through this because these niggas are trying to conceal shit. Bro, man. See, they think that they can hide, but they can't. Here, I'll play a little bit more of this, guys, then I'm going to give you guys a quick monologue on feminism, and then I'm going to air fry this nigga Abba. Seriously, fuck this nigga, bro.
Called Chicks on the Right. At the time that this podcast was recorded, Megyn was pretty angry at me for making some derogatory comments about feminism, as I tend to do. And here is the setup from the host. Listen.
I think it was right after you'd written a book, and so we had you on to talk about your book. And there was some controversy happening at the time with Matt Walsh, and I know you had a beef with him recently on Twitter.
Back then
about
there was
a
a
similar
controversy?
topic. Yes.
Oh my God.
There was controversy because he's always been the same guy when it comes to women have their place and that needs to be at home and they shouldn't have careers and all that stuff. So, and it was about that. And we talked to you about that. And you said something that has never left my brain. And I loved how you said it. And I refer back to it all the
Nuke incoming.
time because I struggled with his arguments. He's very persuasive. He's an excellent writer, as I'm sure you know. And his criticisms were like getting to me. And I remember that I asked you about it in that show, and you said, I just know that having a career and family, having that career makes me the best version of myself for my family. And I was like, that is the perfect way to describe how we think, I think how we feel about our own careers.
Absolutely.
It just really resonated with me. And so when I saw you guys kind of beefing about a month ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever about the similar issue.
Okay, so we'll get to Megan's what she says in a second. Well, I will say guilty as charged. I have always been the same guy. For the most part, I'm saying the same things now that I said 13 years ago when I was a mostly unknown blogger with like 5,000 Twitter followers. I might be a jerk, but at least I've always been the same kind of jerk. You have to give me that. But Megyn Kelly has had enough of it. She's had enough of my crap, and she wants me to shut up. And I'm not exaggerating. That's what she said verbatim. Listen.
And again, having said that, I like the guy. I'm getting a little tired of his nonstop judgment of women who make different choices than the ones he wants us to make. Sorry, Matt, you're not our Jesus. We don't answer to you. Like, live your life the way you want to live it and stop judging everybody who makes a different choice. I'm sick of it. I know you gals, and generally women, we're not judging moms who choose to stay at home and raise their kids. That's a choice we celebrate.
Absolutely
we
not.
love. Those are our sisters and our friends and our moms. Women aren't doing this to other women for the most part. It's guys like Matt. Like, shut up. I'm not out there saying your wife is boring and a loser because she decided not to get a job. I don't think that. I think it's awesome. She's the mother of 6 children. She must be incredibly busy. But why are you looking at every woman who works and trying to pass judgment and make her feel guilty about her choices all the time? It's a fail. We don't feel guilty because of you. But I'm just getting tired of his random posts about how the one woman who said, oh, I'm confessing that I really liked it when the guy I dated wanted to pay for the meal. And he's like, no.
All right, so let's go through this real fast, right? So first, it starts with this Emily Saves America, Emily Grifts America, right? She says this shit about trad wives are cringe for wanting to, you know, be at home and serve their men. They need to get a job, right? Then she goes ahead and she doubles down being a whore and says, this is a conservative influencer with over 500K followers on Instagram. And she's talking about, oh, yeah, I'm going to fuck your dad and all this other shit, right? And I knew that Emily Saves America was a thought because back then, guys, she was a couple years ago, before she did this whole like grifting thing with being a influencer, she was talking about being a whore, doing drugs, partying in LA, all this shit, right? So then she went ahead and started doing the grift when it comes to conservative media. Because the thing when it comes to conservative media, guys, you got to understand, conservative media is dominated by white men, right? And you can only reach so many people as a Caucasian white male that's an influencer. You need to bring in other people sometimes to reach different people that look differently. Unfortunately, human beings tend to be tribal. So since human beings are tribal, if they see someone that looks like them, that has views that might not necessarily be held by the same demographic of people, they're going to be far more likely to be interested in that person. I'll give you an example. Someone like Brandon Tatum, black man, right? Candace Owens, black woman. These are people that typically don't hold Republican or conservative viewpoints, but they do, and they're able to galvanize an audience of people that, you know, might feel ostracized, might feel not misincluded in some different groups, etc., because their demographic typically is the opposite of that, right? We know most blacks are Democrats all the way, right? Most blacks don't have Republican, conservative, right-wing values. They have more liberal, left-leaning values. And it might be tough as a black Republican to identify with a regular white guy, but if you see someone like maybe Brandon Tatum, maybe someone like me, maybe like Candace Owens, etc., it's going to be much more palatable for you to see that worldview, right? That's number one. Number two, women, we know, a lot of the times tend to swing left. So when it comes to women, they're always looking for women to be kind of figureheads in the conservative movement. This is why when you go on Fox News, it's literally the same looking bimbo every single time, whether it's Tommy Lahren or one of these other girls, it's always the same. Blonde chick, white, there, figurehead, etc. Why? Because not only does that appeal to middle America and white women and Caucasian women in general, like, hey, look, there's conservative women that you can look up to, that you can want to be like, but it also shows it also keeps the men engaged as well. Guys like looking at attractive women. So if you got an attractive woman, you know, with Republican or conservative speaking points, it's going to be an even more enjoyable experience for a lot of these niggas, guys. You guys got to remember too, like a lot of dudes, it sucks for me that I even had to say this, but like a lot of men would prefer to have like eye candy at the cost of good content. Does that make sense? Like they'll sit there and watch a Bembo on Fox News over someone else that might be a bit more informative, right? Like I'm sure there's simps out there that would rather watch Tommy Lahren than Tucker Carlson, right? Back in the day. That's just how it goes. So with that said, as a woman, it's for this reason. As a female, you can get pretty far if you're a conservative, especially an attractive conservative, right? So Emily Griffiths America sees this vacuum, comes in, right, and gets a good amount of market share. But here's the problem, and why people are calling her out. She's not really a conservative. She's a degenerate. But since she has the look and she could say things like there's two genders or whatever, what I call normie conservative talking points, they'll bring her in. And that's what basically happened. And that's why she's been pretty popular. Now, when I criticized her for this shit, right? Hold on. When I criticized her about this, she didn't like it, and she posted this. And I love when girls do this, right? Because women always fucking lie. So she goes, sorry I wouldn't come on your podcast, bro, right? She puts this screenshot. Nice to meet you in person. Yo, same number still here. Shit, sorry, just seeing this left early, might be. So I think this was at the RNC, Republican National Convention, right? Now, what she also didn't say, she tried to make it look like I was asking her to come on or some shit like that. She actually asked me to go on her show at Amfest, and I didn't have time because I was talking with Brandon Tatum at the time, actually, right? So she goes and does that shit, right? So that's July 19th. I said sorry, right? I didn't see. This is what she didn't show y'all niggas, and I don't want to dox her number because I'm not a piece of shit. So as you guys can see, right? You can see that going up and down. That this is the actual Twitter conversation, right? So here's her Twitter, just so you guys know, it's live, right? This is not no Photoshop or anything like that, okay? Click here. And then what is that? You see that conversation there? Y'all should be able to see that. I'm blocking her number. But she gave me her number right there, right? The next day. Fuck. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to show you guys that there's no caps in my raps, which is why it's a little hard for me to show this shit, because I don't want to dox her. That's fucked. But I find it interesting how she fucking didn't show that in this. These fucking bitches, bro. Like, nigga, I wasn't even gonna go down this road, but she has to do this because women always need to feel like, oh look, he's hitting me up, I'm so special, and then they won't show you everything. It's like, bro, don't try to fucking clown me on some shit like this, as if, because the thing that kills me is, it's ironic because she was the one that wanted to talk to me at Amfest, and I didn't fucking talk to her. She wanted me to interview me for her shit. So, y'all see that? There you go. And then, right, and it says next time, and then it has her number. So, bro, these girls, man, they be cap, bro. They be fucking cap. She didn't show the whole thing. So, anyway, she's trying to roast me. So I was like, bro, show the whole conversation then. What the fuck? So, so she did that because I was saying that, like, these girls are all 304s. So, because if you guys look here, I go, Emily's a reform whore. She can't find a provider because anyone with half her brain knows she's ran through. She's an undercover feminist that promotes conservatism as a grift, just like Megyn Kelly and 90% of other female conservatives. Right? So that's what it is. Literally, that's what it is. So she didn't like that. And then this girl, Morgan Ariel, also made fun of her. This is a conservative grifter influencer with over 500K viewers on IG who propped up by GOP and gets invited to all the TPS USA events. Yeah, she literally gets invited everywhere. She's a beautiful role model to young women on the right, isn't she? No, she's a whore. But even other girls are starting to call her out for being a 304. And then what does she do? I'll fuck your dad. Like, bruh, that's so fucking lame. Like, that's not a W. And then she tries to put this shit out, like I said, the text messages, but she didn't put out the rest where she gave me her number and said, yeah. And she also didn't say how she wanted to interview me at AmFest. At the TPS USA event, she literally told Gary's my fucking witness, hey, can Myron do an interview? And I just didn't respond. I didn't have time. I had other shit to do. And to be honest with y'all, she's not popping like that. Like, nobody knows who she is. Outside of maybe the TPUSA sphere. But again, girls live life on easy mode in the conservative space. I showed you guys the other girl that didn't make a good point on InfoWars. It is what it is. There's only a few female conservatives I listen to. I'll give you guys, if you guys want to, good female commentators, really I can only think of like two. Candace Owens and Laura Loomer, honestly. Laura Loomer's more of a journalist. She doesn't comment as much on politics. She does a lot of good breaking news. She breaks a lot of stories that other people don't get. And Candace Owens is really good. She just had her kid, so I think she's going to be out a few months. But yeah, bro, like there's not many, man. There might be like 2 or 3 others that I can't just think of right now at the top of my head. But 90% of female commentators suck. Also, interesting thing, this comes from Glenn Greenwald with Israel, which is going to be the next story, actually. I'll play this video so before I get the next one ready for you guys. We're going to talk about Netanyahu and Trump.
Israel identified like 10 or 15.
And I know some of you guys are going to say, oh, Laura Loomer's a Zionist, blah, blah, fucking blah. Look, Laura has defended me on multiple occasions when people attack me, despite the fact that me and her disagree very strongly on Israel. She's very loyal to her people. As you guys can see with Trump and MAGA, she's been there since like 2015. So I have an enormous amount of respect for her just off of that alone. She embodies the same loyalty that 99% of male creators can't fucking do. So regardless of whether you like her politics or her worldviews on Israel, which I disagree with on that, she's a good person. She's helped me out. Hell, I can say it now. Guys, I wouldn't have gone to the RNC if it wasn't for Laura Loomer. So Don DeMarco for her. Laura Loomer got me into the RNC, guys. She got me into the RNC. And she didn't have to. So, so shout out to her for that. And it was like last minute too. So, and I made met a lot of people there, made a lot of connections, etc. Who knows what would have happened if I never went? So you guys can say whatever you guys want to say about Laura, but I like her. She's a good person. And you don't have to agree with people politically on everything. So she's earned my respect for sure. And bro, here's another thing too. A lot of people don't know this. Bro, if it wasn't for do you guys know that if Laura didn't break a certain story, Trump would be in jail right now? Welcome, punch. So nobody knows this, but the week that Trump was supposed to be sentenced, right? Because you guys know he got convicted of the falsifying business records case, right? And after he got convicted of that, what ended up happening was the Judge Merchan, had an axe to grind. He was supposed to sentence Trump on a certain week. I think it was like in September or some shit like that. And Alex Jones, Laura Loomer, a bunch of other reporters got insider information, that they were starting to clear bed space and clear holding cells in Rikers because they were anticipating Judge Merchan telling Trump that he had to go to Rikers. So, and there was also a bunch of police officers that were planning to walk out if the judge sentenced Trump, right? This is like a liberal Democrat judge, fucking radical out of New York, right? They all hate Trump. Alvin Bragg, Judge Merchan, Latasha, whatever the fuck her name is, the AG, like they all hate Trump and they all were on a fucking crusade to go after Trump in 2022, 2023, 2024. So, and people forget this because he's president now. They don't forget that literally like a year ago, they were trying to end this guy's fucking life, right? So, he was supposed to get sentenced after he got convicted of the falsified business records case, right? What ended up happening, chat, was that, what ended up happening was the week that he was supposed to get sentenced, Laura broke a huge story. And that story was how Judge Merchan's daughter, right? Judge Merchan's daughter had worked for Kamala Harris in the past. Okay? Now, obviously, that's a bombshell. And the reason why that's a bombshell is because that's a gross conflict of interest. Okay? And that makes Merchan look really bad. Like he can't be impartial when he's supposed to be judging, literally, a guy who is running against the Kamala Harris campaign. Okay? So that pretty much forced Judge Merchan to push the sentencing back, Chad. Okay? So once he pushed the sentencing back, that bought Trump the time he needed to go through the election process and win. And nobody ever gives her credit for that. Nobody ever gives her credit for that. Literally, she kept Trump out of jail. Literally got him out of jail, bro, or kept him from going to Rikers. So, you know, you can have your opinions on her, whatever. One thing you can't take away from her, she's a damn good fucking journalist. She was the only person to break that story. And it forced the judge to delay the hearing, because obviously it's an ethical problem. You know, you got people coming, oh, well, you know, Judge, you might have to recuse yourself. This is a problem, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, but let's go ahead real quick. I'm going to show you guys something here. So, yeah. Candace Owens and Laura Loomer are the only conservatives that I follow. There might be one or two more. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. If I think of any others, I'll tell you guys. I'll literally tell you guys. Because I'm not a hater. If they put out good content, I'm going to tell y'all. But I'm just saying 99% of them are retards, like Emily Saves America. She's a retard. So, with her, it's like, bruh. Let's see here. All right, let me play this video of Glenn Greenwald, because I thought this was really interesting. Also, Glenn's on Rumble as well. He's a colleague. He's a Rumble colleague.
Israel identified like 10 or 15 years ago that one of the main threats to their ability to dominate and repress their neighbors is that there was a growing boycott movement centered on American campuses that they were afraid of, because it was modeled after the one in South Africa in the 80s that was driven by campus activism and that took down the apartheid regime. And they set out to decide, we have to put an end to this whole idea of advocating a boycott. They got the EU to criminalize advocacy of boycotts as anti-Semitic. They got that expanded definition of anti-Semitism. And now they're doing the same thing in the US. 37 American states, mostly red states, but not all. It is a requirement, if you want to contract with the state, that you have to sign a loyalty oath saying you do not support and have never participated in a boycott of Israel. You can boycott American states or other countries, just not Israel. And now that law was the basis for what Trump did in 2018, which is he said it's now a felony if a company participates in a boycott sponsored by another country that the U.S. government doesn't support. So let's say like Iran wants to boycott Israel and some company participates in that boycott, even though the U.S. government isn't, that's a felony to do. And now this new bill would expand it to include not just led by or advocated by foreign governments, but also international organizations. And it would include people who are boycotting Israel out of conscience and conviction, and it would turn them into felons.
Crazy stuff. And as you guys know, the fact that you can't even your business can be impacted because you're anti-Israel, and American business makes zero fucking sense. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, interesting thing. So Jackson Hinkle posted this earlier today. Trump posted a video of Jeffrey Sachs calling Netanyahu a deep state, dark son of a bitch. I remember that. Trump states that Netanyahu won't drag the U.S. into a war with Iran. Trump pursues negotiations with Iran instead of Israel's request to bomb Iranian nuclear sites. Trump fires National Security Advisor Waltz over his close association with Netanyahu. Trump makes a peace with Yemen's Ansar Allah, allowing Israeli ships to continue being targeted. That's not necessarily true, but they're trying to come with a ceasefire. Israeli media reports Trump cut off contact with Netanyahu over repeatedly being treated with disrespect. Trump's Secretary of Defense abruptly cancels planned trip to Israel. That's Pete Hegseth, by the way. Trump ambassador to Israel states that U.S. does not need Israel's approval to make peace with Yemen. I showed you guys that yesterday, actually. So this guy fact-checked some of the shit. So some of it is true, right? So Trump did share a video of Jeffrey Sachs on Truth Social. This is true. Partially true. Trump said he wouldn't be dragged into war with Iran, but noted potential military action if diplomacy fails. True. Trump pursued Iran negotiations over Israeli bombing requests. True. Trump fired Waltz over coordination with Netanyahu. And the signal gate as well. False. Trump redesignated Houthis as terrorists, not making peace, but they are trying to have a ceasefire they're trying to broker a ceasefire deal with them, which would probably look along the lines of they would stop messing around with the U.S. ships, right? True. Israeli media reported Trump cut contact with Netanyahu over disrespect. That's true. False. No evidence. Hegseth canceled the trip to Israel. False. No evidence. Ambassador made this statement. So no, actually, no, we do have proof of that. We saw that yesterday. But yeah, man, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Now, I told you guys before what I think is going to happen. Trump never liked Netanyahu. He's always had an axe to grind ever since Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on his victory back in 2021. 2021 was a dark year for Trump, guys. After January 6th happened, it was very bad. So because keep in mind that Mike Pence, his vice president, betrayed him by certifying the election. And then for Netanyahu to go ahead and say, oh, yeah, Joe Biden, congratulations on your election, that infuriated Trump, especially since Trump actually did a lot for Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized it as the capital. He brokered the Abraham Accords. He imposed heavy sanctions against Iran, some of the hardest ones during his administration. He always brags about this. Iran couldn't do anything. October 7th wouldn't happen if I wasn't here, if I was here, because, Iran was broke, which I don't believe. I think that would have happened no matter what. Actually, as a matter of fact, I would argue that Trump actually expedited October 7th by pushing the Abraham Accords, because the Abraham Accords were accords basically that was a push to get the Arab world to recognize Israel without answering the Palestine question. So I think there he's not being all the way truthful. But yeah, man. But yeah, it's he never liked Netanyahu. I think the thing is that all of Trump's backers are rich Zionists. So he deals with Netanyahu because he is the prime minister. So Miriam Adelson and Netanyahu are close, right? Sheldon Adelson and Netanyahu were close. So Trump deals with Netanyahu because the Adelsons love Netanyahu. Does that make sense, chat? So that's kind of what it is. It's just kind of like a necessary relationship. And Netanyahu's been in power since like fucking the mid-90s. It's crazy how long this guy's been in power, dude. Dude's been in power since 96, right? So also we're going to react to Dean Withers versus Nick Fuentes. That's what we're going to be talking about here as well. So also, this is actually interesting. Let me show you how this video that I saw.
47.
This guy's a TikTok liberal, but he makes a really good point here. This is a really good point. Yeah, liberals, I ain't gonna lie. Liberals be on point when it comes to Israel-Palestine. They be on point.
Who fired the first shots? It was Palestinians. They would never admit that.
In 43, Warsaw, who fired the first shot? It was the Jews. They'll never admit it. In 1831, Nat Turner Rebellion, who fired the first shot? It was the blacks. They'll never admit it. In the Galactic Civil War, who fired the first shot at the Death Star? That would be the Rebel Alliance. The Jedi will never admit this. I have a better question for Zionists, which they never seem to be able to answer, which is, if you really believe that this was a war that started in 1947 and Israel and the Zionists were just defending themselves, then why do we have the leader of the Zionist movement and the founder of Israel, its first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, remarking in the late 30s, let us not ignore the truth among ourselves politically. We are the aggressors and they defend themselves. They meaning the Palestinians. The country is theirs because they inhabit.
Bro, even Ben-Gurion said this shit. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Whereas we want to come here and settle down, and in their view, we want to take away from them their country. How is it that the founder of Israel doesn't agree with you? Your comment, please. Oh, you don't have one. Weird. Why did the founder of Israel remark that if I were an Arab leader, I would never sign an agreement with Israel? It is normal. We have taken their country. We have come and we have stolen their country. Why would they accept that? Why do you, as a Zionist, not accept the words of the leader of Zionism and the founder of the State of Israel? Here's another question that Zionists can never seem to answer. Why do they never acknowledge the many massacres committed by Zionist paramilitary forces in the...
I've talked to you guys ad nauseum about the Irgun, the Haganah, all that shit. So Israel's created through terrorism.
Interwar period of 1917 to 1938, which was a full decade before Israel was even created. Why do you not consider those
as first shots. Even Google AI has more objectivity than you. They acknowledge that the Zionist paramilitary organization Haganah's objectives included supporting illegal Jewish immigration. Why are you so neglectful of history? If Zionist Jews were simply just defending their homeland, then why was the main organization devoted to colonizing Palestine recognizing itself as the Jewish Colonization Association? Why wasn't it called the Jewish Liberation Association, for that matter?
Nakba, what did that happen at the back of? It was a war.
IOJK is Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmir sits across, some of it sits across Pakistan, some of it sits across India. The part that sits across India is called Indian occupied Jammu Kashmir, and that's IOJK, just so that you can follow what Kashmiri is saying, which is really important.
All right, so this is a Twitter space. There's like 2,000 plus people in here. This thing's gonna grow, and we'll figure out what the fuck is going on here. I'll wait until. So we're all done talking about January 6th now. Dan Real said it's feminist hour. Okay, you're muted, Boomer Myron. I know. Dude looked at her and said, "Can't help equality and equity, bitch." Yep, absolutely. Myron, check out Andrew Tate's new tweet. This GTA replicant. Can we get a live reaction? I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Seen it with my own eyes. They stop the ambulance. They even check it. If there is a convoy, they won't let it go. They won't let the ambulance go, even if the person would die there. That's one.
All right. Noli says, Charlie Kirk was at my house today and I threw a water balloon at him. What the fuck? What about doing a video call in with C Murder, have someone from prison audience? No thanks. Carter92 says, make sure to like the video or you're an undercover morally superior sodomite like Abba. Yeah, I know, bro. This dude, I don't know why niggas watch these dudes, bro.
Difficult to get a passport or even to get a police clearance. For example, for me, I live.
But you know, honestly, I'll tell you guys want to know why people are starting to make videos on me? Because I'm fucking relevant, baby. If I'm be honest, I was on Pierce Morgan. I've been on Tim Pool recently. I've been cooking. We're doing the stream. We've literally tripled our viewership over the past couple of months. Niggas are mad, bro. That's really what it comes down to. You know what I mean? Like, we're fucking relevant, chat. So, you know, haters gonna hate.
6 p.m., 7 p.m. It doesn't matter where you live, what part of Jammu and Kashmir you live in. Especially in Kashmir, not in Jammu. Your families get worried if you do not come home before the prayers of Isha or Maghrib sometimes. So these are some of the things that the people have faced: torture, rape, undeniable. And going back to this Pathankot Air Base, so Pathankot Air Base, so this is a place where India stores its MiGs and other helicopters, which they use constantly within the region. And
all right. While that nigga yaps, I'm gonna wait until I get a mic. But as you can see here, so I like Jackson Nichols stuff, man. You know, some people don't like him, but he's been giving updates on here. So breaking, this is an hour ago, guys. So this is an actively developing conflict. Drone spotted in Peshawar. You can see it here. Shit is getting crazy. And then it goes here. Breaking, large numbers of drones have been spotted flying over the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Because what's the current time right now in India? I think it's probably morning. Let me look. Current time in Islamabad. It's 5:45 in the morning right now. So yeah, this was last night. This was last night. You can see the drones here. Then breaking, explosion was heard in Islamabad, in the capital of.
Have been issued by the Indian government.
Oh, I got a mic now. Okay.
Finish us and play their settler colonialism card and settle Indians there and have us completely annihilated. That's the 9th stage of genocide is the genocide itself, because the 10th stage is complete denial. So that's Kashmir for you.
Hey, Suleiman. Is he here?
Hi, Marat. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, I'm on stream, wanted to pop in. I see that there's been quite a bit of development going on. And I apologize if you guys have already spoken about some of this stuff already, but we got a bunch of people on the stream right now listening in. If you could kind of go through and summarize what, the timeline of events that's transpired since the last bombing of the mosque.
Yeah. And I have to be brief as possible because there's so much news coming out. I'm like posting it at the same time. So, but I will give your audience a quick 1 minute recap.
Sure.
So earlier on today, what happened was India attacked Pakistan. They attacked a number of key areas within Pakistan. I remember when you came earlier, it was that it'd been about 2 days since India had attacked. Today, that India attacked again. They attacked key areas within Pakistan, including, for example, the Rawalpindi, which is where one of the military air bases. Also, Sharkot, which is another Rafiq air base. They also attacked the capital city of Pakistan, which is Islamabad. And then many of us were speaking and saying, look, there needs to be a response. Likely the response, it needs to be soon. They can't do what Iran did and leave it too long. And surprising to us, and this is what's been shocking, has happened during the space, is Pakistan have responded. 50 Pakistani aircrafts started on towards India. And then you had basically a huge response by Pakistan. They've taken out 26 different locations. They've attacked a wide range of areas. Just now, you just heard me just reporting that the Indian media had confirmed that they'd basically taken out 26 locations. They've taken out certain areas indirectly in India, such as Jalandhar. They went after the capital city of India. They've hit New Delhi. Everything they've hit, an important point to note, are all military targets. They've named the Operation Bunyan al-Marsus, which in the Quran means the unbreakable wall. They've hit Indian military bases in Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Punjab, New Delhi. And this has been confirmed by both. They've destroyed Gujarat military air base, attacked Pathankot and Udhampur air base. So it's just a massive response. They've basically, is it Chindik Chandigarh weapons depot was completely taken out. Smoke's coming out in Udhampur Air Base. So like complete, like if you're looking at the footage, if you look at my page, it's like the
I'm going to start
response has
scrolling
been
your
huge.
page right now because I remember I was reading like 2 days ago that after they attacked that mosque, and I think you said something like 7 to 30 people were killed. I read that, Pakistan vows revenge. I guess they weren't kidding around. So they hit 25 targets simultaneously in India?
26 targets is what India's confirmed. It could be more. Six not important locations, so it could be more targets, but locations, including the capital city of New Delhi. So this is massive escalation. What you'd give Pakistan credit for is everything they've targeted is military bases and military places, unlike the Indian response or Indian attack. But yeah, this has been massive, unequivocal. Like this is the difference between you're not doing a genocide in Gaza. This is a military. This is a nuclear facility. Remember, Pakistan military was always respected. They go to the Gulf states. They train the Gulf states on military warfare. Pakistani generals are always given high-ranking positions in the GCC. In their military for this reason. So the only thing is the volume or the size of the Indian army, but this is just shocking. Like even I'm surprised at the level of complete obliteration what's happening right now.
Is this
And
so?
Salman, I just wanted to add,
Hold on.
Pakistan.
Well, hold on, Shani, hold on.
One second, let me just finish.
So Suleiman, would it be fair to say then that this is probably the first real conflict where we don't have asymmetric warfare? And what I mean by this is, obviously we had Russia-Ukraine where Russia dominates Ukraine. It's not even a real military, right? Because Ukraine is a joke compared to Russia. And then obviously what we have with Hamas and the IDF, you're talking about a paramilitary militia of rebels versus a refined military. Is this the first conflict that we've seen now where we actually have two formidable military competent forces fighting each other?
Yeah, 100%. Two militaries that are extremely capable, true militaries that are extremely have skills, and that's why we said, right, and I've said it on all these bases, that the only people who lose in this is both India and Pakistan. There's not going to be like a winner. Both will be severely harmed by this, both from a military perspective, civilization perspective, financial perspective. In all aspects, both are going to be weakened significantly.
And real quick, let me just shout you out real quick because I'm on stream. We got literally thousands of people in here watching. Guys, please go follow my guy Sheikh Suleiman. As you guys know, me and him talk about conflicts all the time, whether it's Gaza, Israel. We cover the Middle East. I think we're some of the best covers of the Middle East, honestly. And obviously, Suleiman has a very good grasp of what's going on in Pakistan right now with this conflict. So things are escalating. It's for real now. 26 locations is absolutely nuts. And that's just what the Indian media is representing. And I know that, Suleiman, they banned you in India because you've been reporting all this information. So the fact that India is admitting 26 locations have been a hit, it could be more because we know that the Indians like to censor.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that Indians are admitting it, they're showing the level of attack. Pakistan did say 26 about an hour ago, but then they've been hitting even more since then. It's just like, look, I'm against war. I want peace, but you're going to look extremely weak if you didn't respond. And obviously, I don't believe in pacifism as well. And this is like a monumental response, a very targeted response. And to do it in such a short period of time, like I actually thought they'd maybe spend a few more days, planning it and, putting all the different game plans out there, war plans out there. But no, this has been direct and attacked. And India didn't expect it because India were expecting a press conference about 20 minutes ago, and they've had to cancel the press conference because of the Pakistani response.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, because, did you think it was going to be this hard? Did you think they were going to hit them back this hard, or did you think it would be a little bit more of a measured response? Because 26 locations is absolutely nuts, dude. All military as well.
Yeah, I think it was so I'm shocked. I assumed it would be a much smaller response. I thought it would be like a tit for tat, almost like the Iran situation, but it hasn't been. This has been unequivocal, strong, and impressive from a military perspective. This has just shown one of the issues people always had is Pakistan always spent a lot of money on their military, always spent a huge amount of money on the defense of Pakistan due to India being its neighbor. To be honest, now when you look at the response, it's demonstrating that wasn't.
All right, here's the thing, you guys. Rumble is very fragile. Rumble has been down all day. Just the fact that Laura, I mean, I was only able to get on to Rumble like 2 minutes ahead of Laura's going on. So the Rumble has been a hassle all day. It's been down. It's been totally under attack. Wow, everyone's saying hi. Kate Stringer's got some jokes. Let's see. Christie's here. That's awesome. I didn't really. But see right now, we don't even have Laura right now. So let's see. We reload the page. Everything is just. There we go. We're going to have to be very patient tonight. Be patient tonight. I mean, because to me, Rumble's very fragile. It's been down all day. It's under attack. So we're also. We should see if Laura is streaming on X yet. So we might have to stream her off of X. I'm just saying Rumble might not be sturdy enough.
There is a young female journalist, conservative journalist by the name of Laura Loomer.
If America's men acted like Laura Loomer, our problems will be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Chained herself to
She
Twitter.
chained her.
Well, good evening and welcome to episode 121 of Loomer Unleashed. I'm your host, Laura Loomer. We are live right now on Rumble and X, so please be sure that you head on over to rumble.com/Laura Loomer, rumble.com/Laura Loomer. Be sure that you click that green follow button. And also make sure that you are subscribed to Rumble. You want to download the Rumble app on your phone and enable notifications and then click the follow button. That way you never miss a notification every time. Go live. I'm live twice a week. We're looking to we're going to have Bobby have a contingent to. What does that mean? That's when neither candidate on the ballot gets 270 electoral votes, and thus you have contingent election, and then the president of the United States is then decided by members of Congress. So they wanted to actually deprive, every single citizen of this country, the Kennedy campaign, just so people understand, what these people represent and what Kennedy supporters are all about. These people wanted to completely deprive every single American citizen of their right to elect their own president. They knew that he couldn't win an election. They knew it. And what did they do? They used people like Nicole Shanahan to fund Bobby Kennedy's campaign. And they were very strategic in the states that they wanted him to be in the ballot on. And American Values PAC was admitting this to the media, that their goal is to create a contingent election so that neither candidate would receive 270 electoral votes. So this was a sabotage effort from the very beginning. You could almost, accuse these people of trying to extort Donald Trump and his political allies. And so then when push came to shove and Bobby Kennedy realized that, Biden wasn't going to allow him to have Secret Service, and when he wasn't allowed to debate on the Democrat stage, and he decided to be an independent, right? And then he realized that wasn't going to go anywhere and they were running out of money. Then he finally came to the table after, he recorded President Trump's phone call with him behind President Trump's back, if you recall that really messy scandal, and then released that tape publicly to the media as like a power move on Donald Trump. And then shortly after that, right, it's like people saying kumbaya, held hands, and then we saw them on stage together at a Turning Point event in, I believe it was Arizona. And then, there's all this talk about Bobby Kennedy being nominated after the election to oversee HHS. So why do I bring this up? Because I just think that it's really important for people to understand that Kennedy and his supporters in Maha were never true Trump supporters, right? Everything they did was done out of extortion. They literally tried to extort Donald Trump, and they tried to extort the MAGA movement. And so these aren't people who operate in good faith. It's not like these Kennedy supporters or people in the Maha movement who came from the Kennedy camp. Because look, the Maha movement itself existed prior to, Kennedy running for president, right? This was a coalition of mothers and concerned parents who were trying to raise awareness about vaccine injured children who got autism as a result of getting vaccines. We know that vaccines cause autism. And then you had all these grifters that decided to attach themselves to the Kennedy presidential campaign, who then wanted to make money hawking their books and hawking their supplements and, posting on Instagram and trying to pretend like they're, suburban housewife celebrities, right? Creating these kind of cult-like followings where they, really misrepresented themselves as advocates for the people, when really they were just trying to extort President Trump and the MAGA movement the entire time so that they could gain political influence and financial influence and enrich themselves and their family members. We're going to talk about this tonight with my upcoming guest, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, who unfortunately had to have negative interactions and experiences with many of these individuals in the Maha movement. And she has a lot of firsthand experience and firsthand knowledge that she's going to share with us tonight as somebody who really is a true medical professional, a real licensed doctor who is trying to treat people and help people who have been injured by vaccines and provide adequate medical care. And we're going to have a conversation tonight about this worsening White House vetting crisis. I want to tee this up for you. How did we all, come to talking about this, and why is there now this civil war erupting in Maha and MAGA? Well, look, President Trump is surrounded by people who want to exercise nepotism as it relates to their appointments, right? You have a lot of people that have their own personal financial ties, their own personal preferences as it relates to enriching themselves and enriching their companies, wanting to put their kids in positions in the White House, trying to, help their nieces their nephews, their in-laws, right? We've seen this incestuous, meritless system of political appointments on both sides of the aisle. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or you're talking about the Trump administration. And unfortunately, right, when Donald Trump made the, in my opinion, misguided decision of and who knows if it was even Trump, right? Because I personally believe that a lot of these appointments were made by other people, and then they just were like, yeah, President Trump, this person's great. Trust us. Don't worry. Don't ask any questions. Just appoint this person, right? So somebody, right, appointed Michael Waltz or convinced Donald Trump to appoint Michael Waltz as national security advisor. Well, he's since been demoted and exiled to Siberia, and now he's the UN ambassador. It's kind of a nothing position. But I suppose the White House just didn't want to deal with another rogue former staffer writing a tell-all book and trashing Trump in the press, which is what, we saw as a daily occurrence in the first Trump administration. So they bring on Michael Waltz, right? They pull him out of his Florida congressional seat, which causes chaos here in the state of Florida. And then, as we saw, right, following my meeting with President Trump, obviously the president felt compelled to demote Michael Waltz and fire a lot of the officials that he appointed at NSC. Well, when they brought on Michael Waltz, all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, we're going to have Jeanette Neshwat be the Surgeon General. And everybody was like, well, this woman is a Fox News pundit, where did this woman come from? She's just kind of like this, like low grade doctor on TV who's, hawking the COVID vaccines, telling everybody that they're a danger to society and that they're causing harm to our country if they don't get vaccinated, even after we had data that showed that these vaccines were more like death shots, right? And they were killing kids. And, like all these stories of young children dropping dead on soccer fields, young, healthy, pregnant mothers dropping dead, having aneurysms, right? Young athletes having to give up their dreams because they get myocarditis, young people getting turbo cancer. I mean, look, even the First Lady of Florida got diagnosed with breast cancer shortly after her and her husband decided to get jabbed, right? And push the jab on everybody else here in the state of Florida. So, now we're dealing with the consequences of this mass jab campaign, turbo cancer, myocarditis, all types of health issues, right? I thank God every day that I never took the COVID jab, but I had enough common sense to, actually read the insert and to not inject myself with an experimental DNA modifier. A lot of people just didn't have that common sense. So, Jeanette faced a lot of criticism and a lot of people wanted her gone. And she was supposed to be confirmed in front of the Senate yesterday. Well, over the weekend, I decided to release an expose on her. And I know for a fact that it made its way to the desk of the president. And I believe that sometime over the weekend, I was told actually that they decided to rescind her nomination. And so Jeanette had her nomination pulled. And I was hoping that they were going to pick somebody as her replacement who is actually more qualified. But then I guess Bobby Kennedy decided that he was going to go to President Trump and provide his own personal recommendation. So from what I was told, Bobby Kennedy then, and we have this article here up on the screen. So let's just show everybody, right? Trump pulls Surgeon General pick following Laura Loomer complaints. Dr. Jeanette Neshwat was slated to appear for a confirmation hearing on Thursday. You can scroll down. President Trump pulled his nomination of Dr. Jeanette Neshwat as U.S. Surgeon General Wednesday, just a day before she was expected to appear before the Senate for her confirmation hearing. Dr. Casey Means is the new pick, Trump said in a True Social post. Her academic achievements, right? That's the first thing that Trump leads with. Why? Because Bobby Kennedy, after he got wind that they were going to pull the nomination of Jeanette Neshwat, went to Trump and said, you have to nominate this woman, Casey Means. She's phenomenal. She was top of her class at Stanford, right? And look, I know President Trump, everybody knows that President Trump really values educational pedigree. And so for some reason, President Trump thought that it was a good accomplishment for her to be top of her class at Stanford, when really the president and his advisors should have been asking, well, what are her medical credentials, right? Like, you're going to be the U.S. Surgeon General. What are your credentials? Well, turns out that Casey Means doesn't even have a valid medical license. So now it's caused this whole controversy, and a lot of people, including my next guest, who's going to be joining me momentarily, has a lot to say about this, because, you know, you would think that if you want somebody who's going to be the spokesperson for the medical field and somebody who's going to be the spokesperson as it relates to medical advice in our country, it's somebody that should at least be an active practicing physician, a licensed physician. But unfortunately, you know, that's not what we're seeing. And so, before we get to by investing in precious metals and diversify your portfolio, again, let them know that Laura Loomer sent you. Check out the landing page, kepm.com/Loomer, kepm.com/Loomer. All right, what we've all been waiting for now. Joining me now to discuss the implosion with the recent nomination of Casey Means as the new U.S. Surgeon General and what it means for public health and medicine in America, and what it means as it relates to the trust of the American people as it pertains to the field of medicine and science, is Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. Doctor, thank you so much. It's great to actually have a real licensed medical professional joining me tonight. I'm kind of shocked and perplexed that, you know, you have to have a license to cut hair in the United States of America, but you don't have to have a license to be the U.S. Surgeon General.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I mean, it's funny because I don't think 5 years ago I would have cared whatsoever who the Surgeon General was, but I think this pick is significant because we're coming off the heels of the largest public health crisis in our lifetime. And the biggest issue we have, besides these mRNA shots that the government is recommending all babies get 3 of by the time they're 9 months old, but besides that is trust. And I see that every day in my office. I mean, people are scared to go to other doctors. They're scared to go to the hospital. They're scared to take basic medications like antibiotics because the government destroyed trust and doctors destroyed trust. And this is an opportunity for the government to help restore trust by sending out a messenger who is credible. And to be credible, you have to be credentialed. And I have nothing personally against Casey Means, but she did not complete her training, period. So let me explain to you what medical training is, because there seems to be a lot of confusion out there. First of all, 4 years of college. Then you do 4 years of medical school. That's everybody. You get a medical license after 4 years of medical school. That does not mean that you are allowed to go out and start treating patients. After the 4 years of medical school, then you do a residency. And the length of that residency varies depending on what you decide to focus on. So a primary care doctor typically does 3 years. A surgeon typically does at least 5 years. As an ENT, and that's what I am, I'm also an ENT, we do 5 years of residency. So the entire process is at least 9 years. Casey dropped out at year 8, 4 years into her residency. So yeah, she did not complete her training and she has not maintained her license. She can't write prescriptions. And I can tell you, I am a much different doctor now than I was in my 4th year of residency. There is something completely, just very invaluable to go into a room with a patient multiple times a day, sit down, hear their problems. You live medicine, you experience medicine. It trains you along the way, and you're just, without that experience, it's hard for anybody to have their finger on the pulse of what is going on in healthcare. I mean, I'm very tempted to retire after everything that's happened, but I don't want to because I feel like it really keeps me knowing what's going on with people.
Yeah, and not just the level of trust with the American people after, the China virus killed 1.2 million American citizens and millions of other people around the world, but I think also we need to have a level of trust within this relationship between medical professionals in their own community. And what I worry about is you have somebody like Casey Means who, not only she didn't finish her residency, and she has told this fantastical story all over various podcasts, and it's very strange to me. Her and her brother just kind of came out of nowhere, and then they're at the top of the podcasts, and it's like the most viewed Tucker Carlson show, and they're on Joe Rogan, and they're on all these shows, and it just seems very inorganic. And I've been around in this industry for a very long time, and I know what an astroturfed campaign looks like when I see one, and I know what it looks like when a movement has financing behind it and when a movement is truly organic. And it's strange to me that she, created this whole storyline around how she didn't finish her residency because she thought that, it was so corrupt and her patients weren't getting better. And yet we found out today in an explosive article that came out in the LA Times that she actually didn't finish her residency because she has this severe anxiety disorder, according to her colleagues, who said that she came to them saying she couldn't complete her residency and do her work because of the anxiety that she was dealing with, the stress. So, that's not somebody who, practiced. It'd be one thing if you had a private practice for years and, you were a renowned surgeon and you were just like so disillusioned with the medical field. And we saw a lot of those people, right? They had their licenses taken from them because they wanted to prescribe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And they were attacked by Big Pharma during the lockdowns and the COVID crisis in our country. But that's not the case with her. She clearly has something to hide. And, just like you wouldn't, there's standards in the military, right? Like if you had a certain surgery or you've ever taken antidepressants, you literally cannot go and serve in the military. You will be disqualified and you will not pass the recruitment paperwork. I think there should be some standards, right? For whoever's going to be the Surgeon General. Now, you don't have to be an actual surgeon to be the Surgeon General, which is strange given the fact that it's called U.S. Surgeon General. But you would expect that this person should at least have an active medical license. And my concern is that, this woman has more to hide than she's really, bringing to the table. And it's pretty obvious that the Trump administration did not do any vetting into her. It appears that she was fast-tracked into this role, given her ties to RFK Jr. and the fact that her own brother, Callie Means, has been brought into the Trump administration as a health advisor, even though he himself admitted on Joe Rogan's show that he was a never Trumper. And then because he saw opportunity in RFK being able to advance his own medical agenda, they all decided then at the last minute that they were going to support Trump, right? After spending the entire campaign season bashing him. Thoughts on that? Because I worry that having somebody like Casey Means as Surgeon General would actually cause there to be less people wanting to go to medical school and less people wanting to become doctors in our country. If you're just having these self-obsessed people bashing doctors, talking about how evil doctors are and how evil pharmaceuticals are and how evil everything is. Let's be honest. Like, you can't treat everything with a holistic nature. Some people really do need medication.
Exactly. I think the pendulum is swinging too far in the other direction. Like I said, I have people that are scared to even take antibiotics. They're gravitating towards remedies that are not proven, and they're just rejecting all forms of healthcare. And that's Casey embodies that in a lot of ways. My antenna were up when I found out she dropped out in her 4th year, because that is unusual. My guess, and having been a 4th year, 5th year resident, it is very hard. It is super stressful. I joke that it's like a prison sentence. It's mentally and physically grueling. And, my guess is that the system sort of broke her, which is, I get it, but most people make it through. Most people tough it out. And so it is, it's highly unusual to drop out at that stage of the game. Not so much earlier on. Maybe, you get into your residency, you say, I'm not going to do this. But that late in the game, very unusual.
Why do you think there's been such a cover up regarding, the storyline surrounding why she didn't complete her residency? I mean, what would be the motivation of somebody like that to make up a story instead of just being honest and saying, I had an anxiety disorder and I had stress and I had to drop out?
I'm sure there's some shame about it. And I'm actually shocked that the people at her former residency program said anything. I bet she figured no one would find out. So that's my guess. And, she was able to create a narrative that really fits into what she's selling and her brand. So, it fit. But I'm sure there's some shame and there's probably some regret. And then she probably figured no one would say anything.
Another point that I wanted to bring up, and this really goes back to the lack of vetting in the Trump administration as it relates to these positions, is her family history. It seems to be a family enterprise between her father and her brother, and their own involvement in all of these various companies, multi-million-dollar companies, and just kind of a disconnect between the true original Maha movement and then, these self-appointed spokespeople. And I'm talking about, Callie and Casey, the Mean siblings, especially given the fact that their own personal decisions are completely conflicting with original Maha movement people. For example, I was able to, and I believe we have this screenshot, I was able to dig up old social media posts with Casey's old X handle from 2021 that showed that she actually decided to get vaccinated with the COVID jab live on Clubhouse, right? And so does it feel like the Maha movement has been co-opted by people who are pretending to be somebody who they're not? Because you also have her brother Callie, who refused to condemn these vaccines. I know that we have a video clip that I'll play after you answer the question of you kind of interrogating him on a podcast and putting him on the spot about his positions as it relates to these vaccines. And it just seems like if these people, truly are committed to making people's lives better, like why are they so focused on promoting their own products? Why are they so focused on things that seem to be a diversion away from the true message of Maha, which was supposed to be taking these dangerous vaccines off the market and making a schedule for parents so that children don't get autism?
Yeah, I don't think Maha was ever about taking the COVID shots off the market, unfortunately. And I look at Casey and Callie as healthcare entrepreneurs. I don't look at them as really sincerely interested in, the things that most doctors are interested in. Most doctors aren't out there selling products, and there's just a whole industry of pseudo doctors like this. And that to me they've sort of taken over Maha. I mean, while everybody else was in lockdowns and distraught over how the hospitals were treating us and treating patients and the mandates, and they were making millions of dollars buying, selling, investing in healthcare companies. And the fact that they cannot simply go on record that the COVID shots should be taken off the market, I think it's unethical. I mean, we know that they are not getting any more shots. Callie admitted that to me on camera. And I feel like anybody with a big microphone who has power, who is in this space, is ethically obligated to speak out about these shots. If they are not safe for you, if they're not safe enough for your children, why are they safe enough for anyone else? Because the CDC currently recommends that everybody get an annual shot. All babies get 3 shots by the time they're 9 months old. And so everybody that's staying silent, including Kennedy, has blood on their hands.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and show you this screenshot because we like to document everything here with receipts. And I want to play this video clip that shows that she got the COVID vaccine live on Clubhouse. So here you play the clip. Let's put it full screen here so everybody can see it. It's a guy named Malik MD who said, "Love this." That was her old handle. Dr. Casey Kitchen, CMO and co-founder at Levels, is on Join Clubhouse and is literally getting her COVID-19 vaccine this moment while being tonight's guest with A16Z. That's obviously Mark Andreessen's company. amazing moment. So, you know, it just seems a little crazy to me that out of all the doctors who we were told were going to revolutionize medicine in America, we now have like a full-blown grifter, somebody who has completely subverted the entire movement, pretending to be somebody like you or somebody like, you know, an original Maha mom, now presenting herself in this manner that she's going to challenge the establishment. But everything with her behavior suggests that she is part of the establishment. I mean, I'm not really looking at somebody who I think is a revolutionary figure, a transformative figure in healthcare. I'm looking at somebody who made a lot of money working with data collection companies, okay, keeping people's biometric data, their DNA data. That's, of course, what she was doing before she apparently had this revelation to, you know, go talk to the trees and eat some shrooms. And I mean, this is all documented on her newsletter, which, you know, I've been reporting on this week. But this isn't somebody who has a like long history or career path challenging the medical establishment. In fact, I would say that her and her brother are quite entrenched in the medical establishment, despite their public cries that they are not affiliated with these individuals in big pharma. And then they love tossing around accusations, accusing people of being funded by big pharma. I mean, literally, when I ran for Congress, right, I received heat from all these leftist publications because I got COVID really bad. And I was on the campaign trail in 2020, refusing to wear a mask, I think I wore a mask for like, you know, the first week, you know, when they said, 15 days to slow the spread. And then afterwards I was like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. And then you had to like literally wear a mask to go inside Publix to get groceries. So I think I did that too. And then I immediately took it off and I got, you know, really bad asthma as a result of getting COVID. But I was trashed. And they said that we hope that Laura Loomer dies. And there was a post in the Daily Mail saying that I was on my deathbed because I got COVID and I was telling people to not take the vaccine. And so for Callie to go online today and falsely accuse me of all people of being paid off by Big Pharma, it's just so crazy. And it's totally dishonest that people can't handle legitimate criticisms about their background. So they start falsely accusing people of working against Donald Trump when I'm like arguably Donald Trump's biggest advocate, and accusing people like me of being paid off by Big Pharma, accusing you of being jealous, right? I saw a lot of people like that today saying that you're jealous. What are your thoughts on this? And do you think that it's you know, concerning that somebody who took the vaccine was nominated to be U.S. Surgeon General?
Yeah, I mean, I can forgive her for getting the COVID shot, I guess. I mean, the government spent $11.5 billion brainwashing the public. And yeah, she's a doctor. She should have known better. But, you know, she could go back. I mean, most people regret getting the COVID shots. And it's just very suspicious that she will not say anything. So yeah, it's problematic on many levels, as you've noted. There's so many great candidates out there, and yeah, I'm not jealous because I have absolutely no desire to be Surgeon General or even get near Washington D.C. But there are, you know, I was with Kelly Victory last weekend at a conference, and I know her pretty well. I see her at this conference every year, and she's close friends with Kennedy. They've known each other 30 years. And she told us sort of, you know, under the table, yeah, you know, Kennedy called me last week and said, you know, send us your resume for the third time, because they vetted her before, they'd interviewed her before for the Surgeon General, had been back and forth. They said, okay, Jeanette Neshawat is out and you're going to be it. And so we were all sort of celebrating, saying, great, you know, because, you know, Kelly is very well credentialed and she's very comfortable in the media. And, you know, she's also, unfortunately, she's been outspoken about the COVID shots. And I honestly think that's what killed it. But we were all under the impression that weekend that Kelly Victory was going to be announced as Surgeon General this week. So it was quite the surprise when that didn't happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's kind of shocking. And
shouldn't be promoting the use of recreational drugs, especially now with the opioid crisis.
Yeah, it's just like really contrary and conflicting messaging. I mean, we just saw an announcement from Attorney General Pam Bondi about a massive seizure of fentanyl and psilocybin, the largest seizure of psilocybin and fentanyl is a controlled substance, which is illegal. And I think it's really concerning because, again, how are medical professionals supposed to respect, right, the office of the Surgeon General when, you know, we have a, that's a different one. Let's get the other one up on the screen. Different tweet. When you have a Surgeon General who is openly talking about recreational drug use, and her brother admitted to the Wall Street Journal in an article that his entire entrepreneurial career involving medicine started with a psychedelic trip. Can we get these screenshots up on the screen, please? So I want to show everybody these screenshots, but thoughts on that? Because I also know that you have to be able to pass a drug test to work in the White House. And now we have Callie Means, who's openly talking about his psychedelic trips on shrooms and psilocybin, working as a official advisor in the Trump White House.
Yeah, it's concerning, to say the least. It's just not sort of the role model you want to present to the American public, I would say. It's pretty cut and dry, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. While we're looking for these graphics and getting them pulled up on the screen, I want to go ahead and play this video clip of you confronting. Oh, here we go. Let's scroll down. Let's just go ahead and play the clip. Let's just go ahead and play the clip of you confronting Callie, because they don't have the right tweet up. Let's go ahead and play the clip. Oh, here we go. Let's get it up. Scroll down. So he attacked me today. You can scroll down and see what he said. Just received information that Laura Loomer is taking money from the industry to scuttle President Trump's agenda. Laura Loomer, if that's incorrect, sue me and let's do discovery. So, you know, he wants to be a clout chaser and use my name. I'm in the media every day. Obviously, you know, I'm in the news a lot lately because President Trump has, you know, acted on my recommendations, trying to be a clout chaser, trying to say, oh, sue me, let's go to discovery. When, you know, look, it's a very provocative thing, in my opinion, for him to falsely accuse me without any evidence of taking money from Big Pharma. And you can go to my tweet and what I said, and, you know, we'll just read it live on air. Scroll up. I said, Callie, you're so full of shit. You are a PR spin master. Funny how you never want to talk about your career in PR and crisis management. So he had a PR company, and he worked with a PR company, and he does crisis management. So he's very capable of spinning up these narratives. Let's get it back on the screen. And, you know, he doesn't disclose his own background. And so he accuses me of taking money, but then he's lying about the real reason why his sister didn't finish residency, as we just discussed. And yes, we went over this, but I want to show the screenshots to everybody so people don't think that this is just a gossip hour with you. Let's go through each of these screenshots really quick. Trump's pick for Surgeon General quit medical residency due to stress, former department chair says. Callie's all over social media saying that she quit because she's so brave and she stood up to the medical establishment and, you know, she's such a hero. Well, that's not true, right? So there's lie number one. Let's go through the next screenshot. You see here, Dr. Paul Flint, a former chair at Oregon Health and Science University, said Means resigned from the residency because of anxiety. So as you said earlier, her own colleagues are calling her out because of, you know, her lies about her own background and her qualifications. That's one of the reasons why Jeanette Nishwat had her nomination pulled, is because she was fibbing on her qualifications and her records and her credentials, saying that she went to an American medical school when she actually went to a medical school in the Caribbean, right? So that's lie number two. Next. Now, here's a screenshot from her newsletter, right? She's talking about things she did when she wanted to find love. She prayed to photos of her ancestors, talking about manifestations and mantras, okay, whatever. She talked to a spiritual medium. Now, President Trump worked extremely hard to get the evangelical Christian vote. And I just want to know, what kind of message is this sending to evangelical Christians when, you have a woman who's been nominated to be Surgeon General talking about stirring up demons and spirits by speaking to a spiritual medium? A lot of Christians would call that witchcraft and voodoo. Okay. A lot of people have a serious issue with communicating with spirits and talking to the dead through spiritual mediums. Full moon ceremonies, that's very strange. Talking to trees, she says she literally would talk to the trees, kind of like schizophrenic behavior, talking about plant medicine experiments, aka doing shrooms with trusted guides. I mean, it sounds like, an ayahuasca trip where you go and you sit in the middle of a jungle and they have these spiritual guides that give you these illicit drugs. And then you basically sweat and you trip and then you sit in this kumbaya circle and talk about all your hippie dreams. And then she puts a mushroom at the end. So she's obviously talking about shrooms because she doesn't want to say psilocybin because that would implicate herself in a crime since psilocybin is an illegal controlled substance. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it would not be hard to find a much more qualified candidate that doesn't have things like that all over the internet. So yes, it's she wasn't vetted. It was a failure in really doing their homework.
So would you agree with my assessment that there is a vetting crisis at the White House?
100%.
And if President Trump were to be watching this episode right now or were to receive a copy of this clip, what would your message be to President Trump as it relates to the guidance that Bobby Kennedy gave him as it relates to his nomination of Casey Means?
There are just a slew of better people ready and waiting who have proved themselves during the pandemic. They spoke up when it was hard to do so at great personal risk. They have high integrity. They are not talking about doing recreational drugs on the internet. They are financially agnostic. I can name 5 of them off the top of my head. So it wouldn't be that hard to find a better person.
Her brother has been described as a medical entrepreneur. Do you think that there's a conflict of interest that exists with having these siblings working together in such close proximity in official administration jobs when he himself, has various companies, including TrueMed? This is a company that he co-founded, and then his wife apparently lived in China for several months where she was trying to raise money and get investments from Chinese individuals for her wedding dress company. Do you think that this is, a big red flag and another vetting, just a vetting oversight, given the fact that we are still reeling from the implications of the China virus and the way that China devastated our country so much during this scam-demic, as I like to call it? I just find it to be a massive conflict of interest that kind of degrades the office of the U.S. Surgeon General. You have a woman whose brother is a medical tech entrepreneur making millions of dollars off of his investments and his companies in the medical field. I mean, don't you feel that this opens up the potential for exploitation in the way that he could, present himself or leverage his relationship with his sister, who is set to be the U.S. Surgeon General?
Yeah, so he has a company called TrueMed, and what that does is they have products on their website that you can buy using HSA money. So that's pre-tax money. You get a tax break. And normally that kind of money goes towards, medications, surgery, very cut and dry medical care. But these products are, it's a little sketchy. Like they have a bed on there called 8 Sleep, which if you really dig into this bed, it's a very expensive bed, $4,000. There's no scientific data showing that it improves any kind of sleep outcomes or sleep health. Yet, you can use the U.S. taxpayer money to buy, to leverage to buy that off of his website. So expanding those HSA accounts is a huge windfall for Cali. And yeah, it's not big pharma, but can you imagine if somebody connected with Pfizer was in Cali's position right now? Can you imagine the uproar that people would have? So it is a definite conflict of interest for him, and he's a special government employee, so he is in a position now. And then, of course, with his sister becoming Surgeon General, same thing. It's vitally important after everything that happened during the pandemic that we don't make the same mistakes that we have continued to make if we have any hope of restoring trust.
Yeah, and I think that it opens the door for potential tax fraud, and it's going to create scandals for the Trump administration because, could you imagine the Surgeon General advocating for her brother's company and saying, oh, I encourage all of you to go get this mattress or start hawking products that her brother has affiliations with on his website? I mean, as you said before, there would be so much outrage if people from Pfizer were in this position or Big Pharma. We'd be hearing all this public outcry about the Big Pharma conflicts of interest, but this is just as much of a conflict of interest. And the fact that they didn't tell the president any of this, I was told that Donald Trump didn't know any of this, that the president was not made aware of any of these facts, and Bobby Kennedy did not tell Donald Trump any of this information as it relates to the conflict of interest. And it's almost like Bobby Kennedy is trying to set Trump up for a scandal, right? I mean, we just saw this announcement the other day of a massive $20 million, and we can pull this up too, a $20 million advertisement campaign that the HHS department is going to be carrying out for the sake of commercials. Just type in, I think it's HHS $20 million Kennedy. Just type that in Google and see what pops up. There's an article I saw. And it's almost like it's a shadow presidential campaign ahead of 2028. You see that all the people who, here we go. Kennedy planning $20 million HHS Take Back Your Health campaign. So it's a 4-year initiative. And what this really is it's like a shadow presidential campaign on taxpayer money for $20 million so that he can be on TV and presenting himself as some kind of a hero on the expense of the taxpayers here, while his entire staff at HHS are all of his former campaign employees, including Stephanie Spear, an avowed Marxist and climate change radical who founded a group called Eco Watch that is still using their X account to this day to trash President Trump. So I don't even think President Trump is aware of the fact that Kennedy is trying to exploit and abuse taxpayer money in his position as HHS secretary to literally launch a shadow presidential campaign with $20 million of taxpayer money.
Well, even if it's not that agenda, I don't want the government. The government needs to just go away and stop telling everybody how to be healthy. And just, I think everybody's a little traumatized after COVID with all the messaging from the federal government. I mean, I miss the good old days when I didn't really know anything about the FDA or CDC, and they just kind of kept to themselves. So it's really discouraging to see that $20 million of more propaganda is going out with this new initiative.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is it's propaganda. I know we said we were going to play this clip, so I want to go ahead and play this clip so that people can see, where you're coming from as a medical professional, as a real doctor, a real licensed doctor, and your direct confrontation with Callie Means, the brother of Casey Means, in a discussion about taking these vaccines off the market. And I want to remind everybody as you're watching this clip that Callie Means has been brought into the White House, the Trump administration, as a special government employee to be a health advisor to Donald Trump and Robert Kennedy.
Personally, do you feel like the COVID shot should be pulled off the market? Yes or no?
I'll give you my personal opinion. I think there should be absolutely no mandates.
So yes,
hold on.
Okay.
I think that we have an opportunity the next year to truly reset science. This is what I feel. And we have an opportunity to have Jay Bhattacharya, who's a close friend, who I, strongly push to be at the NIH, to call everyone together, review the science, have truth and reconciliation, bring that out to people, and have a process for that.
So
I think it's a general. So Jack.
So the answer is no.
So
the answer is no.
Right.
That is a policy position that I'm calling for the COVID shots to be immediately pulled from the market.
No, you're not answering the question. You're doing exactly what your training
hold on, Jack.
That's the reason we're sitting here.
Jack. I am saying that as a policy position, I think that we should have absolute data transparency, no mandates.
We have too much data. Okay, Danny just had Kevin McKiernan on the Jam podcast. Let me talk.
Jack,
you let me talk now.
Hold on.
You let me talk.
Let me ask you a question. And this is not like a debate. I don't see this as a debate. I actually legitimately...
I don't think it's a debate either.
Hold on, Jack. Why are you so angry?
Because I don't trust you.
Okay,
I think you're full of shit. And Mary just uncovered why you're full of shit. Because you can't say yes or no. Let me just tell you something, Callie. When you say to the American public that my children can't have the shot, but we can't say anything for anybody else, to me, that's incongruent.
So you would argue that Trump and Biden should come out, Trump and RFK should come out with an immediate ban of the COVID shot today?
Absolutely. It should have been done a long time ago.
My point
is that your recommendation?
It should have happened with Operation Warp Speed.
It should have happened in the first month.
Correct.
I think as a policy process, we need to have truth and reconciliation.
Let's talk about the policy process of the swine flu when we had 70 vaccine-injured kids, and we pulled it off the market.
Hold on. What is the debate? I'm saying there should be an immediate review of the data.
That's not the answer.
I'm giving my answer.
Yeah,
Jack.
but that's not the answer.
Jack.
Why do you think he just wouldn't answer the question? I mean, it is important to point out the fact that he is trained in PR. I believe he worked for a company called Mercury, and he is trained in crisis PR management. And there are people who have worked for Mercury who are now working in the White House itself. So, I don't know if that's how he was able to get into the White House, or, whether his affiliations with Mercury and people in the White House who also have affiliations with Mercury is how he was able to get into the White House. But he is a trained PR crisis management expert. And so I think it's really important that people understand this when they listen to the way that he dodges questions and the way that he's, you don't see Casey responding to any of these attacks on her publicly. She's having her brother speak for her. And so my question is has Casey hired her brother, right? I've been told by people that he has been hired to do her PR and her crisis management. I've been told that some of these social media influencers who seem to have all these clips ready to go in support of her as soon as it was announced that she was going to be the Surgeon General are getting paid to promote her and to gaslight people into believing that she is worthy of being confirmed in front of the U.S. Senate. Thoughts on any of that? Have you heard any of that? Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, and he's very skilled at dodging questions. I mean, that wasn't the first conversation or the last conversation I've had with Callie. I've had several phone conversations. There have been text messages. He will not go on record to state the COVID shot should be pulled off the market, even though he's not willing to get them. He's not going to give them to his kid. He doesn't want his dad to get them. He's very skilled at just dodging that question. And so, yeah, that was my first suspicion about him. Because he parachuted in. Their book became a bestseller in May of 2024. So just a year ago, right? They had this best-selling book from out of nowhere. And then 3 months later, Kennedy drops out and joins forces with Trump. And Callie is the one that orchestrated that move. And it all happened so fast. The timing and the intensity just didn't make sense. So I have said that to him that, I support their message. I think we need clean food and we need to, promote, help with obesity but they don't agree with our message. Right. And that's been the problem all along.
Yeah. And, I've gotten some flack. Like some people have said, oh, why are you having Dr. Bowden come on your show? She's been critical of Trump. Because look, at the end of the day, the position of Surgeon General is supposed to be somebody who can serve as an authority in medicine, as a spokesperson for the medical professionals in our country and also just people in America looking for public health guidance. And so I've had conversations with people who have been critical of President Trump, people who didn't vote for President Trump, and people who are doctors who, you know, are diehard MAGA loyalists, people who are friends with the president, some people who are members of his own golf clubs. And what's interesting is, regardless of the ideological differences with all of these people, right? Some of them are on different levels of the spectrum and where they support Donald Trump. They all came to the same conclusion, which is hard to find amongst people who vary in their support for President Trump. And that's that she is not qualified, right? Forget about whether or not she's a never Trumper or a Trump loyalist. Let's just look at her own background and her own qualifications. And, you know, I'm not one of these people that is going to say that, you know, oh, anti-vaxxers are conspiracy theorists, or, oh, you know, we need to police online information about vaccines, like Jeanette Neuschwatt said, where she was congratulating the social media companies for banning people. But I do think that there does need to be a level of decorum and actual respect for real science. I'm not talking about big pharma and forcing people to take vaccines, or, you know, telling people not to look at holistic medicine. I'm talking about having respect for medical professionals as a whole and encouraging people to get into medicine, because we already have to import doctors. I don't think a lot of people understand this. We are importing surgeons from other countries around the world because we have a shortage of specialists in our country. I'm sure you're aware of that. A lot of people watching probably are not aware of that. There are people in this country who have to travel abroad to get medical care in some instances because they don't have enough specialists in certain areas of medicine in our country. Because look, Obama destroyed the medical profession with Obamacare. And now you have these like new wave of rogue, you know, self-appointed medical experts who are pushing people away from wanting to be doctors because they're demonizing people for practicing real medicine. And what's going to happen in our country as it relates to public health if you have all these people saying, don't take antibiotics, go take some shrooms, right? I am a critic of vaccines, right? I have called myself an anti-vaxxer. I am not on Big Pharma's payroll. I believe vaccines give children autism, right? I am in favor of people looking at holistic measures to treat themselves, but you cannot say that we are not to use any medicine or any type of pharmaceuticals whatsoever to treat people, and that the entire medical industry is completely corrupt and that every doctor is evil. I mean, I'm really worried about what it's going to mean for the future of medicine in our country if we have some quack like Casey Means as the U.S. Surgeon General.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and, you know, in terms of Trump, I've voted for him every time. I support Trump. This has never been, I mean, from the start, I'm like, this is not about politics. This is cut and dry about healthcare, right?
Right, exactly.
And, right. So, you know, when I speak out about the COVID shots, Trump gets in that conversation. But
look, I'm a Trump loyalist. I'm a Trump loyalist too. And the reality is that the biggest criticism that Trump received even during his own reelection campaign is when he was talking about the jabs. And I don't know why, you know, eventually his advisors had enough common sense to tell him to stop talking about it. But that would be my only criticism. But I will say Donald Trump never mandated the vaccines. And so while he may feel a sense of accomplishment with Operation Warp Speed, I personally don't agree with that. I never took the vaccine. I think that President Trump was put in a very screwed up position. We had a bioweapon unleashed on our country by China, funded by our own government. And, you know, you had Fauci and Birx giving President Trump false information, trying to derail his reelection efforts. And you had people, Donald Trump's not a doctor. He's not a scientist, right? He's hoping that his advisors and his staff are going to provide him with adequate information. And so, you know, I don't think that Trump is to blame for all of this. I think that after the fact, where President Trump was, you know, doing interviews talking about how amazing the jab was and how amazing the jab was, you know, I think there has to be some personal accountability for the words that came out of his mouth. And he corrected the course and he stopped talking about the COVID jabs. You don't hear him mention that anymore. But I think that Donald Trump tried to do the best that he could do given the circumstances. And I do believe that he was sabotaged. I mean, we know that he was sabotaged because there are a lot of doctors who have since come out and spoken about how President Trump was intentionally given false information to derail his presidency.
Well, I spoke to somebody today who I probably shouldn't name his name, but he was a special government employee during Operation Warp Speed. And he basically said, Pfizer was limiting the data that they were giving them. So, Pfizer should be on the hook for most of this, if not all, and Moderna. And there is a lawsuit going on right now. Brooke Jackson, whistleblower for Pfizer, who has been, just on this 5-year mission to sue Pfizer, and the DOJ is preventing them. The DOJ is intervening, and they're not letting this case go forward. So, if anybody in the Trump administration is listening to this, if you could just let this play out in the courts, then let the chips fall where they may. But this could resolve the issue. Get this information out, let it go through the court system, and if Pfizer did something wrong, then we need to know about it.
Absolutely. I know you have some Substack writings that you've published on this matter. I want to get those up on the screen and encourage everybody to read your Substack because, obviously we have a limited time tonight and we could be on this podcast for hours talking about all of your incredible findings and all of your great research and all of your reports. But I do want to direct people to your Substack, and you have an article that you published in December titled "Is Maha..." Oh, let's cut out. Oh, get that out of the screen. Is Maha a misdirection strategy? So I think that everybody should read this article on your Substack. It's drbowden.substack. And I think it raises a really good point and a question that I've asked too. Is Maha a subversive movement? Is it a misdirection strategy? And so if you want to learn more about this and you are starting to notice all of these patterns within Maha and these subversive creatures who are trying to undermine Trump and popping out of nowhere and shape-shifting to gain political power, I encourage you all to go to Dr. Bowden's Substack. Let's get that pulled up on the screen again so people can read it full screen. And you have another article too. Let's go ahead and get the other piece pulled up that people should read. And then I want to give you a few moments to, any last comments or words about this. Let's see. The Truth About TrueMed. So this is another article that you wrote. Conflicts of interest within Maha. Some of what we spoke about tonight regarding, TrueMed, the company that was co-founded by Callie Means, who is the brother of the new Trump-appointed Surgeon General nominee. And you can read this Substack. I encourage all of you to read it and check it out because this isn't about jealousy. This isn't about, whatever it is all these Maha people online are trying to say it's about. This is about protecting Donald Trump from scandals, preserving the integrity of the medical field, and also being honest with the American people about real conflicts of interest and whether or not people are truly qualified or whether or not they're trying to self-enrich themselves. Comments, thoughts?
Yeah, the pandemic, it directly impacted every single American. And, the pandemic is over, but mRNA shots, they're still around. Like I said, all babies are expected to get 3 mRNA shots by the time they're 9 months old. There are 500 mRNA products in the pipeline. So, you may not be worried about COVID, nor should you be, but there's still a lot of mess that needs to be cleaned up. We need transparency. We need accountability. We need to get these shots pulled off the market, and we need good people in position. And so far, everybody up there, everybody's staying silent on the elephant in the room. And that is highly problematic, and it's going to do nothing to restore trust.
Absolutely. If you could, provide a list of, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 people who you think could be different alternatives for the position of Surgeon General, who would they be? Because I do think that there are a lot of people from the Trump administration who watch my show, President Trump included. And, I'm not here to promote any one person over another. I'm not a doctor. I think that there needs to be a panel of doctors to have a discussion and advise the president on selecting a new candidate for Surgeon General. I don't think that Bobby Kennedy should be the one to be telling President Trump who the Surgeon General pick should be. I think that it should be a group of people who didn't work on either campaign, independent health advisors who come from all different types of backgrounds so that they can come up with a very qualified Surgeon General. Do you have any suggestions for people who the Trump administration should reach out to or potentially look at as a replacement?
Well, I think they should heavily consider Kelly Victory, and she would be wonderful. There's, Joseph Latipo would be wonderful, the Surgeon General of Florida. Dr. Kirk Milhone, who you may not know, but he's just a wonderful man. He's a pediatric cardiologist. He does missionary work. He's military. Dr. Scott Jensen, he ran for governor of Minnesota. He's just salt of the earth guy, very well spoken, very trustworthy. And then Peter McCullough, who has been outspoken from the start, high integrity, also very media savvy.
Yeah, I almost think that we need somebody who doesn't want to be a celebrity, because it seems like the Trump administration right now is being filled with so many people that it's like jockey for press. And a lot of people wonder if the people in the Trump administration, a lot of these appointees are more focused on their positions helping Trump or becoming the next Fox News guest host, right, for a primetime slot. So I would almost prefer that we have a Surgeon General who isn't focused on, being a celebrity or a media star, because it just seems like, this lady, Casey, promotes herself as a social media influencer with an MD at her name, even though she doesn't have, an active medical license. So I just kind of wonder if a lot of these people want the position so that they can actually provide a service to the president and fulfill his agenda, or if they can become social media stars and, like I said, enrich their families, sell their books, sell their products, whatever. It just doesn't really sit right.
Well, I think you can have style and substance. Right now, we're just going with style, but we can have a combination very easily.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And that's the thing, is like, I want there to be style and substance. But I think that one of the biggest criticisms of some of the people who are currently in the Trump administration is that, there's more focus on style as opposed to substance.
Exactly.
I mean, that's one of the biggest criticisms of Pam Bondi right now, right? So any last thoughts, any last comments, anything that you want the viewers listening to think about, or any upcoming Substack articles?
Well, I just think everybody needs to challenge these people that work for us, that we elected. And don't let them get away with being silent. Silence is compliance, and it's unethical. If you are in a position of power and you are aware of the dangers of these shots and you're letting it happen. So I would encourage everybody to just keep speaking out.
Do you have any upcoming Substack pieces coming out, or anything that you're specifically working on?
I'm working on a book, but other than that, no.
Oh, great. Well, we'll have to have you back on to talk about that when it comes out. Dr. Roden, I want to thank you so much for spending your Friday evening talking with us and everything that you're doing to speak truth to power. I would encourage everybody to follow your X account, where you're dropping receipts and bombshells and holding people accountable every single day. I find your posts to be very insightful, and I just really appreciate you taking so much time on a Friday evening to inform people, concerned citizens of this country, about what appears to be a serious vetting crisis in the Trump administration. So where do people follow you if they want to read your Substack or view your tweets?
It's MD Breathe is my handle for both Twitter and Substack.
Wonderful. Well, Dr. Roden, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. A lot of receipts there, you guys. A lot of receipts. I would encourage you to look at her Twitter account, look at her Substack, and look at some of the podcasts that she's done. I think that there's a lot of very damning information. And this is a woman who herself said why would she be jealous? She doesn't want to be Surgeon General. It's not like she's in competition with Casey Means. And I had her on tonight, and there's a lot of people I've spoken to across varying, degrees of the political spectrum. Some people like Trump. Some people don't like Trump. Some people are super Trump fans. Some people hate Trump. And I've talked to all of them, people in the medical profession who I know. I'm like, what do you think about this? And it's funny because they all came to the same conclusion. And they said this woman is not qualified, Casey Means, to be the U.S. Surgeon General. So it's not too often that you have people on such polarizing sides of, the political spectrum coming together to the same conclusion. So hopefully this information can make it to Donald Trump. I find it to be very alarming that there are people who work for the president who block this information, and then they try to make it seem like I'm a problem. I mean, every day, and after I bring on my next guest, I'm going to have an entire segment dedicated to Loomer derangement syndrome, just so that you can see the way that they viciously attack me for simply trying to do the right thing. I'm just trying to, use my platform and my voice to inform the American people and make sure that the best people surround Donald Trump. I'm not trying to be vindictive or malicious. I want what's best for America. I want what's best for the American people. And I want to protect Donald Trump so that his administration is not sabotaged by people who don't have his best interest. And I really just have a lot of questions about some of the people in the administration. And I think that I deserve answers for these questions, and I believe that I speak for a large population of the MAGA movement and people who voted to have President Trump represent them. So the attacks are just out of control, but I can handle it. I'm a big girl. I just find it to be really interesting how they're dedicating so much time on the mainstream media to smearing me for simply providing recommendations with receipts, with documentation. I'm not on Big Pharma's payroll. It's just factual information that I'm presenting. People can make up their own minds. Clearly, it's damning. Before I bring on my next guest, and we have an exclusive announcement tonight, exclusive video release, never before seen footage before, that relates to our previous segments on the show about animal testing and animal rescue. I want to take a moment to thank the second sponsor of tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed, and that is Grassi. Sip on the power of nature with Grassi, the organic wellness water that does more than just hydrates. This small business was founded on a mission to keep jobs here at home in America, especially in rural communities. Grassi is committed to investing in American manufacturing instead of sending production overseas. Made and sourced in the United States of America, each bottle of Grassi is packed with detoxifying barley grass juice powder plus 100% of your daily vitamins C, D, and zinc, giving you and your body the clean energy and immune boost that you need. It's USDA certified, organic, plant-based, vegan, and it's low in sugar, making it perfect for athletes, families, and anybody who wants to stay healthy on the go. And I figured that we have a lot to talk about tonight as it relates to wellness and health and medicine here in America. And so speaking of wellness, Wellness Magazine even said that Grassi is not just a beverage, but a revolution in a bottle. Head on over to Grassi.com and use code LAURA20 to save 20% off on your entire purchase all month long. When you sip on Grassi, you're not just nourishing yourself, but you're also supporting American manufacturing and small businesses here in America. You're supporting workers and local communities all across our country. And if there's one thing that you know about me, I will always stand with American workers and American businesses. So again, head on over to Grassi.com. That's GRAASI.com. Use code LAURA20. We've had the founder of Grassi on the program before to talk about the benefits of this drink. Low in sugar, organic, has your daily dose of vitamins all packed into one bottle. I'm not really a fan of soda. Sometimes drink diet soda, but you see a lot of parents give their kids soda, right? And they're always giving their kids soda in their lunch boxes. That's not healthy for your kids. Children are going to get diabetes. And I think that there's a healthier alternative out there. And you see that there's a lot of controversy surrounding health drinks, right? They say that they're health drinks, but there's tons of sugar, even apple juice. And a lot of these juice products that are billed as being healthy for your kids are not healthy. And this isn't a drink just for children. It's a drink for everybody. And what I like about it is that, it's hydrating and the flavor isn't too severe. It just has like a very light flavor to it. Citrus, mint, cucumber, lime, lemongrass, ginger, but it is a legitimate healthy alternative. And like I said, adults can drink it, children can drink it, certified organic, and you're getting your daily dose of vitamins when you drink this beverage. And as I said before, I used to get vitamin therapy all the time. I would spend all this money on vitamin IVs because I'm deficient. I have a vitamin D deficiency and a little bit of a vitamin B deficiency. So I feel tired some of the times, but got to push through it, right? And I would get these vitamin injections because I just felt a lot better. And I started drinking Grassi, and get my vitamin B, I get my vitamin D and zinc, and I really do feel healthier. And I feel like I have more energy and I don't need to go get the vitamin infusions as much. So I would definitely recommend it. Check it out. And again, when you buy from Grassy, you're not just optimizing your overall health, but you're also supporting the production here at Loomer Unleashed. So thank you to the good folks over at Grassy for sponsoring Loomer Unleashed. Alrighty. Moving on now. You've seen the developments over the last few weeks, really over the last month, since I first invited Justin Goodman, the Senior Vice President of the White Coat Waste Project, to come on my program, Loomer Unleashed, to break stories with me regarding the extension of funding of animal testing under the current Trump administration with our taxpayer money. We had Justin on the program on tax day to discuss how $20 billion of your tax money every single year is going towards funding cruel and abusive animal testing experiments in laboratories, not just here, but also abroad in places like China. We had some developments this week with President Trump signing an executive order in the Oval Office with the NIH Director, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., banning gain of function, right? Banning the funding of gain of function abroad. And what's interesting is that this announcement to stop funding of gain of function, which is what led to the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns and, you know, killed 1.2 million American citizens, right? Thanks to China. What a lot of people don't know is that animals supplied by the United States of America, experiments funded by U.S. taxpayers in laboratories in China, are used to carry out a lot of these gain of function experiments. And it's not just mice that they're carrying out these experiments on, or bats, as we were told in the beginning of COVID. They're using dogs, and they're using cats, and they're using monkeys, and all types of animals, really. But primarily, one of the most popular forms of animal species that is used in a lot of these animal experiments are beagles. And you learned on this program when I had Justin Goodman on the show that beagles are chosen as, you know, like this perfect specimen to be tested on in laboratories by these mad scientists because they're docile in nature. And scientists have found that beagles are you know, like the least resistant, and they're not going to be aggressive compared to other breeds. And so essentially these mad scientists have ruled out the fact that if you want to abuse an animal, the best animal to abuse is a beagle because they're not going to bite back and they're going to, I guess, just allow you to do whatever you want to them. And we've seen a lot of these really horrific experiments that have been uncovered and exposed by White Coat Waste, including the fact that the NIH, which is now led by Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, his headquarters office is out of Bethesda, Maryland, actually had an on-campus beagle lab that was still receiving funding and was set to be importing 24 beagles to their on-campus lab for these abusive experiments. Well, thanks to our reporting, and well, thanks to the reporting by White Coat Waste and the reporting here on Loomer Unleashed that went viral, it actually led to an announcement on Fox News this last Sunday by Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and we talked about this on Tuesday's episode of Loomer Unleashed, that they were shutting down and closing the Beagle Lab on the NIH campus site. Well, there are still a lot of these abusive animal experiments happening in labs all across the country, right? And so a lot of people were gaslit into thinking that, wow, you know, the Trump administration is ending all beagle testing. False, right? We are still actually funding a lot of these abusive animal experiments in laboratories all across the country with our taxpayer money, and also in China. We also reported here on Loomer Unleashed with the exclusive documentation provided by White Coat Waste, these horrific animal experiments that are being done through the DOD, the Department of Defense, under the current Trump administration, where over $10 million has been spent taxpayer money to literally shove marbles and condoms up the rectums of innocent cats to test for erectile dysfunction and electromagnetic shock experiments. Horrific things. I mean, we don't need to be shoving marbles up the anus of any animal, let alone a cat. And I was alerted to the fact that there was going to be an animal rescue this week from some of these beagles across laboratories in our country that, have been abused, and now they're going to be able to live a better life after being rescued. And a lot of people wondered, where do these beagles go after they get rescued from the laboratories? Well, in many cases, some of them have been euthanized, but luckily there's an amazing organization out there called Kindness Ranch, and Kindness Ranch dedicates itself to traveling the country, rescuing these abused lab animals, specifically beagles, and they take them to a ranch that's located in Wyoming, and they find them homes, and they give them a better life so that they don't have to die in a laboratory or be tortured for the rest of their life in a laboratory. And what's amazing about this organization, Kindness Ranch, is that they help find homes for these animals, and it doesn't matter how old the beagle is, they will try to find it a home so that it can live a better life. And we have an exclusive report. We can exclusively report that as of this week and over the next few weeks, Kindness Ranch is going to be saving 100 lab beagles, and they are going to be working with White Coat Waste to urge the Trump administration to retire all animals from NIH-funded laboratories. We're going to be publishing this report tonight on Loomered.com. I wanted to break the news first here live on air. But I'll read a little bit of this report. On May 4th, 2025, the Trump administration's National Institutes of Health shut down the last beagle experimentation lab inside its Maryland headquarters following a 9-year campaign led by the watchdog group White Coat Waste. And thank you to Elon Musk for investigating this, because right after he replied to my tweet and said that he was going to investigate, they announced that they were shutting it down. Now we can exclusively report tonight that more beagles have been rescued from cruel government testing. White Coat Waste and the Kindness Ranch Animal Sanctuary have offered to partner with the Trump administration to relocate animals from taxpayer-funded labs, and they have rescued 100 beagles from abusive testing labs. So joining me now to discuss this and to also release live on air these never-before-seen videos and photos from this beagle rescue, this heroic beagle rescue this week by John Raymer of Kindness Ranch is John Raymer himself, the executive director of Kindness Ranch. So John, thank you so much for taking time to join me, and thank you for your heroic actions this week. I know we've been communicating all week long. You were going to come on earlier in the week, but I thought that it would be better to end the week with, the total amount of the dogs that you have rescued this week, since every day this week you've been involved in traveling the country rescuing these animals. So thank you for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much for having me on and letting us share our victories this week and for the upcoming weeks. We're really excited to go out and get even more dogs.
Absolutely. We have not published these videos yet, and we have not published the photos. So this is going to be the first time anybody has seen this. But what can you tell us about this mission that you have engaged in this week through your organization, Kindness Ranch, to save from this report that we're now releasing? It was going to be 70 beagles, but it's my understanding that you rescued even more beagles today. So now the number is 100 beagles that you have saved this week.
Yes, by the first week of June, we will have placed at least 101 beagles into different organizations that we partner with to find homes, ranging from actually Canada to California to North Carolina, all over the place, because although we have a facility in Wyoming, it's really difficult to house that many beagles in a single facility and successfully place them into homes. Kindness Ranch was founded in 2007 by Dr. Grubman after he heard about animal testing and vivisection, and worked very quietly for years and years to just retire animals from laboratory testing facilities, predominantly surrounding Wyoming. There's a lot of animal testing that goes on in Colorado. And
which is really ironic, given the fact that Colorado is like hippy dippyville, right? Like Colorado is really ground zero. And I know you're an animal organization, so we don't need to have a big political conversation here, but it is kind of funny given the fact that all of the, the anti-Trump campaigns out of Colorado to try to strip Donald Trump from being on the ballot this last election season came out of Colorado. And so it's ironic given the fact that, Trump's really the only president that's taking a stand against animal testing and animal cruelty. And Colorado is where all these liberal organizations and these like tree hugger organizations are based out of, and yet it's one of the states where they're carrying out some of the most abusive and horrific experiments on animals. So I just wanted to get that little jab in, because just more hypocrisy, in my opinion, from these organizations. But continue.
Well, we have gotten literally thousands of animals out of animal testing in Colorado. And the flip side of that, which is the happy ending part, is we've also placed thousands of dogs and cats into private homes in Colorado. So it is kind of a full circle thing. But given the last couple of years with the in Vigo breeding facility being shut down and 4,000 beagles needing placed, and now with the recent spotlight on the NIH facility closing, Kindness Ranch kind of felt that it was time that we not just quietly stand in the background anymore. And we're proud of the work that we've done with Justin and White Coat Waste over the last couple of years. We're proud of the advocacy that we've done in DC. And we threw our support behind Nancy Mace recently for introducing Violet's Law to make mandatory retirement a thing. And we hope that our local representative, Lummis, will also support it as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that article pulled up on the screen, because Nancy Mace, of course, has been very outspoken, a representative from South Carolina. She's been speaking out against the Monkey Island, where they're torturing a lot of animals, a lot of monkeys in these abusive experiments. But also, she's a big dog lover. We've had Nancy Mace on the program before. I love her heart that she has for animals, and she's been a big advocate of white coat waste, and was very vocal against Fauci for these cruel experiments when white coat waste exposed to the world. The fact that Fauci was releasing fruit flies and other types of insects into these cages and laboratories where they were eating beagles alive, and they were just watching these beagles suffer and struggle without any pain management whatsoever. And so let's get the article back on the screen, because I want to go through it so people are familiar with this law. So Rep. Nancy Mace introduces a bill to allow laboratory animals to be retired, adopted. Nancy Mace has reintroduced, and I believe that's you with Nancy Mace, reintroduced Violet's Law, a bill named after a dog saved from a taxpayer-funded experimentation lab by White Coat Waste Project. Wow, they're just like racking up so many W's this week. Maybe they need to change their abbreviation to WWW, because all they do is win. And it requires all federal labs to allow animals to be retired and adopted out when testing ends. The legislation's reintroduction comes after it was supported by a bipartisan group of dozens of co-sponsors, but did not move forward in 2023. There are more than 40,000 regulated animals locked in federal labs each year, according to the medical watchdog and animal rights group. White Coat Waste is the group that blew the lid off the National Institute's health funding of gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, and exposed longtime NIH physician Anthony Fauci for, let's scroll up, abusing his authority, science, and taxpayers when he was the head of the NIH. Any thoughts? I know we saw this week President Trump, in addition to Nancy Mace proposing this legislation, we also saw President Trump hold a press conference in the Oval Office to ban gain-of-function funding. Any thoughts on that, as somebody who travels the country rescuing animals in these laboratories where they're doing a lot of gain-of-function research?
I have a lot of personal feelings about that. I'm proud of President Trump and the steps that he's taking for it. On a professional level, Kindness Ranch, we focus only on what happens when the dogs get out of research and when the animals get out. We don't publicly advocate against it, but we can all agree that beagles and cats are bipartisan, and that as humans, we should be treating them better. We should be better stewards, and we should absolutely not be torturing animals. And like I said before, with the recent spotlight on this, now is the time to act, as the public is becoming more aware of the millions upon millions of dollars being spent, that is by design being spent in very secretive ways behind closed doors, with these people harming these animals. There's no need to be euthanizing all of these animals for medical experiments that very, very rarely, if ever, transfer to humans.
Absolutely. Before we go ahead and play these video clips for you, and the viewers tonight of these very heroic rescue operations that you carried out this week. If you can tell us in detail kind of what your week was like, because you were very busy this week rescuing all these beagles. If you can just kind of paint the picture and paint the scene for the viewers about, how this process goes down and how you were able to get inside these laboratories to rescue all these dogs, and, just kind of start to finish from the moment you wake up to, the end of the day, what it's like in the day of rescuing these tortured animals from these laboratories.
Well, I spend the majority of my day sending out about 200 emails to testing facilities all over the country, trying to introduce myself, what we offer to these testing facilities with the confidential retirement of the animals when they're no longer used, and then wait for responses. And I would say 99% of the time my emails are ignored. And then we get the sudden influx like we have in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, especially again with the public awareness of the NIH facility and what's going on there. A lot of these research facilities now have chosen to get out ahead of the negative press on what they're doing. And my email box was just blowing up with people wanting to release animals that are no longer being used. One of these facilities we've worked with for quite some time, and they're in the process of phasing out almost all of their animal testing and will be closing in the next couple of years. That facility was in Colorado, and then we got the phone call from a facility in Houston, Texas, which is where I'm at right now. And then we'll be going back to Colorado to pick up even more dogs. All of the dogs that we've released this last week were used in flea and tick and topical medication research, which can sound non-invasive, but as we develop longer-term treatments for flea and ticks, they have to be injected with these new chemicals and then exposed to massive amounts of fleas and ticks. And a lot of discomfort can be involved in that. But some of these dogs have been in long-term studies where they've been what's called recycled, which means that they stay in contract facilities for their entire lives and are exposed to multiple different forms of research. And 2 of the dogs that we got this week were both 11 years old, and they were born in a research facility and lived their entire lives, had never been outside before.
That's so awful. I mean, how do you even rehabilitate a dog like that? I mean, the amount of anxiety and stress that a dog who is 11 years old, who's never been able to go outside, I mean, how do you even begin to rehabilitate an animal like that?
That's my amazing crew at Kindness Ranch. We have dedicated caretakers that actually live and care with these dogs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they expose them to everything from a TV for the first time, the smell of coffee being made in the morning, to the joy of being able to use a dog door and go in and out as they please. A bittersweet story with one of the 11-year-old dogs that we just got out. This boy went outside for the very first time in his life and found the steps going down into the yard and had never used steps before, and actually fell down one step and just laid there traumatized from what had just happened. You could tell that he'd never experienced anything like that before. And when he stood up and realized that he was okay and was touching grass and dirt for the very first time, got the zoomies and ran around for the next 5 minutes acting like an 8-week-old puppy for a little bit. It's so heartwarming when we see how quickly some of these dogs can bounce back from a life of trauma.
And we have that never before seen clip here that you provided to us. So we're going to go ahead and play that clip now.
You made it up the steps. You made it up the steps, right on. You're outside. What do you think about this? You're outside for the first time.
so sweet. So you said you're in Texas right now, but the ranch is located in Wyoming, and we're going to show some more clips of some of these dogs that you rescued this week. So how do you transport them, and do they stay with you like when you're at the hotel, like, or do they go straight back to Wyoming? It must be a really big heavy duty operation, because I imagine that you're driving these dogs, or maybe you're flying them. Perhaps you can explain how your operation works in case there's people, watching who want to donate to support what you do, or perhaps, they have vehicles or modes of transportation to assist you in transporting these animals.
Well, thank you. I wish that we were a big operation. My wife and I usually do most of the transports ourselves in a Dodge van, and we drive constantly. My wife is an absolute machine. She's in the van right now driving back to our little town in Wyoming with her daughter, Jess, with the 26 dogs. They're going to drive straight through and arrive tomorrow morning. I'm hoping to be able to fly in and meet them there early. It's an insane endeavor that the transport, the care, it's absolutely overwhelming at times. And when we look at the calendar moving forward and all of the miles we're going to log in our van going from Texas to our little town of just 64 people in Hartville, Wyoming, to Los Angeles, and then we'll be headed down to the Gulf Coast in a couple of weeks to get even more dogs. If we had the funding, we would happily buy another van and hire another transport person so my wife could actually spend some time at home.
Well,
but
what is it?
that's
What
just
is
the
that? What does that
dedication.
cost? I mean, what are we talking about financially? Like, how much money would it be to buy one of these vans? And I'm just trying to understand like how this all works, because you're saying she's transporting 26 of these dogs back, and you're saying it's going to be straight through. How many times does your wife and it's two people in the van have to stop to let these dogs out to go to the bathroom? Because I have 4 dogs, and I know that whenever I drive my dogs, it's like, every 2 hours I'm stopping, because I have little dogs, and they have like little tiny bladders. So unless I want pee all over my car. That's a lot of dogs, like for 2 people to be letting out to use the bathroom and whatnot. So what is that like if you're driving across the country in one straight shot, having to let all these dogs out to go to the bathroom? And where do you stop?
We have found that, strangely enough, Love's truck stops have amazing little dog parks for us to stop at, and we'll let each dog out. We stop roughly about every 4 hours. We're also a USDA regulated facility, so we have to have an exercise plan in place for these dogs that we abide by. And so we stop about every 4 hours at Love's truck stops and fill up the van, go to the dog park, let the dogs stretch their legs a little bit. Some of the dogs, since they've never been outside before and they don't like humans, are a little too severe of a flight risk, so we can't let them out. So we let them run around and pee in the back of the van and then go after them. The cost of our vans, for our Dodge ProMaster 3500 van, we paid about $70,000 for that, and then another $10,000 for the air conditioning and customization of it. And to transport 26 dogs, house them for a month, do spays, neuters, dentals, and get them ready for adoption, on average, for about that number of dogs, we're looking at between $25,000 to $35,000 a month just for that simple base level of care that you have to look at. And then
how many
when
of
you
these
factor
dogs are you rescuing every single year, just so we can understand like what the financial toll on this organization is?
We're averaging about 550 dogs a year right now.
Wow. So what is your overall budget in terms of, what it takes to run this operation to save all these dogs, these 550 beagles, and help find homes for them?
Last year, we do a lot with a very small budget. One of the benefits of being in Wyoming is the cost of living is fairly low. We rehomed around 700 dogs and cats last year with an operating budget of $2.3 million.
Wow. And it's mostly grassroots donations, or how do you raise your money?
It's 100% private donations with a small number of foundations and bequests thrown in.
Wow. Well, I want to help you out, and I want to create a GiveSendGo account, and I'm going to create a GiveSendGo for you, and I'm going to use my platform and my Twitter account to help you guys buy a new van. And I want to create a GiveSendGo with a goal of $80,000 so that we can try to help you and your wife get your dream of getting another van so that you can help rescue more of these dogs. So that's what I want to do for you because, I have a lot of followers and a lot of generous followers and supporters who believe in animal rescue, and they've been very touched by the work of White Coat Waste. And I'm very touched by, the work that you're doing to rescue these animals. And as somebody who has 4 dogs myself, 3 of them are rescues. Animal rescue is very near and dear to my heart. And, I'd like to believe that the Trump administration is going to do good by these animals, and that President Trump just hasn't been made aware of the extent of all of these laboratories and animal testing, but that deep down, he has a very kind heart and believes in ending animal cruelty. And I'm very focused on trying to, deliver this message to the Trump administration so that we can try to, get these cruel laboratories and the funding for these experiments shut down because, I just think it needs to end. So that's my commitment to you. And I'm going to, do what I can over these next few weeks to try to help you hit your goals so that you guys can get a new van.
That is absolutely incredible and so unexpected. Thank you so much. It's when people with a platform like yours become aware of something like this and jump in to help it really makes the world a better place. And I greatly appreciate that, and you for doing this.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. I want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to play some more of these clips and show some more of these videos because we have even more photos of these dogs that you rescued this week just so people can see the process. So I'm just going to go ahead and start showing some of these back to back. Here's some of the photos. We'll show the photos first. Some of the dogs. Wow.
The most amazing part of that transformation is they went from being so scared and shut down in the crates when we first loaded them up to less than 24 hours later, smiling and experiencing sunlight outside. It's so bittersweet to see them become the happy, functioning, balanced dogs that they were intended to be.
How does the process work? I find it to be so incredible. How do you get these laboratories to agree to allow you to come and take these dogs when they would otherwise be euthanized?
It is quite the process, and sometimes it goes from just the caretakers that they hire. The scientists aren't the ones that are caring for the dogs while they're confined. The research facility that houses them has to hire caretakers to make sure that the dogs are fed and watered, and they actually have veterinarians on staff. And just through social awareness campaigns and sharing our social media posts, some of these caretakers learn of what we do, and then they approach the lab owners or the people funding the research and ask that the animals be released. This one facility here in Houston, they had no idea that a facility such as ours even existed until I literally showed up and knocked on their door. And when they answered the door and let me in and I told them who I was, they were so caught off guard that they just let this big animal rights advocate into their facility. But they listened to me. They heard the services that we offer at no cost to them. And I was just informed today that they are now a full no-kill animal testing facility, and that every animal that can be safely sent to us will be moving forward. And 3 years ago, they didn't know that we even existed. And now they're trying to make the turn to be more ethical in the work that's being done, which animal retirement is a great stepping stone, but federally funded animal torture does need to stop.
Absolutely, it needs to stop. And I think that a lot of Americans were horrified when I had Justin Goodman on my show to learn that their taxpayer money was, going towards funding these horrific experiments, which is why I decided to have him on my show on tax day, April 15th, because I think it kind of like hits differently when you realize that after you just sent this big check or payment to the IRS, that they're literally using your money for taxpayer funded animal torture. So when you go and you try to find these labs, how do you find these labs? Are you given tips by whistleblowers who reach out to you, animal rights activists? Do you have to like call around? Because I imagine that a lot of these labs are also private labs and they probably have, no signage. It's probably really hidden and you have to really, investigate their location. So what's the process of you finding these labs? Just to get people to agree, because I'm sure that you said a lot of these labs don't even know you exist. So what's the process like of finding a lab, identifying a lab, and convincing them to let you inside to take these dogs?
Well, I'll preface that with saying that the groups that we choose to work with, like White Coat Waste, we're very, very selective, because a lot of the animal rights groups are a little bit more extreme and want to shame the individual without the understanding that what these research facilities are doing, albeit I don't consider it truly moral, it's not illegal. And in most cases, it's actually very highly encouraged by federal agencies such as the NIH, the FDA, and sometimes even the EPA. So I take a more subtle approach, and I'll look on employment websites like Indeed and look for animal caretaker jobs and actually find contact information that way. The USDA has a searchable database of the animal research that they've approved and have records of. And you can actually find some NIH facilities through USDA searches on their website. Working with organizations like White Coat Waste and the information that they get from their FOIA requests, they can sometimes share contact information that they've been made privy to. And I'll just reach out with an email introduction and hopefully somebody will respond. Most of the time they don't. But once I get in working well with a lab and they see that we're confidential, they see that we protect the publicly sensitive information. A lot of the stuff that they're doing is intellectual property. It's private by design. And of course they want to protect that. And we offer that protection for them in exchange for the animals coming out alive instead of euthanized. So it's a sensitive behind the scenes endeavor that over the years we've been successful in getting word of mouth through the research facilities that we work with, that we're a trusted organization.
That's really incredible work. And so how many laboratories would you say that you now partner with every single year on a continued basis that are still engaged in animal testing but have agreed to not kill or euthanize these dogs and instead turn them over to you? If you can release that information, how many labs would you say you partner with?
Right now we partner with just 11. I'm in communication with a little over 20.
And you rescue, you say 550, your goal is to rescue 550 per year. How many of those dogs would you say end up dying? I mean, you rescue 550, but how many dogs within these research facilities of the 550, because there's more than 550, I imagine, have died before you can rescue them, so that people can kind of have an understanding of how many of these dogs are actually being killed in these shelters?
We get out less than 1% of all dogs being tested on nationwide.
Wow, that's so sad. That is so sad. How many beagles would you say per year are bred specifically by these government-funded breeders for the sake of being tested on? And I know that we discussed before I had you on the show tonight, and I talked about this with Justin. They specifically want beagles, and these research documents and the FOIA requests that Justin has obtained at White Coat Ways show that they actually mention they choose beagles because they're docile and they're not going to be aggressive and bite back or fight and resist the animal abuse like a lot of other breeds would. And they're not as strong as some of these other breeds that are very muscular and would put up a fight or, not be very good research specimens. I just think that we need to get the numbers to put this into perspective for the average person listening to this when they think of the $20 billion each year that's going towards these animal torture experiments. How many beagles would you say, maybe you have the numbers, maybe you don't, are being bred every single year for the purpose of animal testing?
It's my understanding that last year at the end of 2024, there was a little over 42,000 beagles bred specifically for animal testing. And if
how many
you
of them
remember
die?
back,
How many of them die each year? How many of them are killed of the 42,000? How many of those beagles die each year?
it's near impossible to tell because there's no disclosure policies nationwide. So when states enact a mandatory retirement plan without a disclosure policy attached to it, there's no tracking of how many dogs actually make it out of research facilities alive. So the labs are left to be accountable to themselves without saying what happens to all of these dogs. If they euthanize a dog, that has to be logged in their records, of course. But then when the veterinary board looks at that as opposed to the USDA, none of that stuff is shared publicly, which again goes back to the very secretive, almost cloak and dagger nature of animal testing. So, in hopes, as soon as animal retirement from research is mandatory or policy nationwide, we'll be able to track how many dogs actually make it out alive. Because right now, there's no way of knowing.
Totally out of control. I understand that you are also going to be having a gala coming up soon, too, where people can buy tickets and they can attend your gala and they can, support the work that you're doing. What can you tell us about this gala and this event in case people watching want to attend or they want to donate? Because I think that the work that you're doing is very important, and more people need to be supporting this type of work.
Well, thank you. October 18th, we're having a gala event in Denver. We've rented a wonderful facility. We have some phenomenal guest speakers arriving. We have Justin Goodman and Anthony Bellotti from White Coat Waste coming that will be talking at the event. We have the director of Frost Fund in California coming out, the executive director of the Beagle Alliance in Canada coming out. Our canine behaviorists will be there also speaking. Live music from Sid Reese, who is a finalist on The Voice. It's going to be a great event. Tickets are just $100 to be able to come and meet all of these wonderful people. I'd highly recommend showing up. It's our first ever real gala event and attempt at speaking publicly, which I'm not all that good at, but I'm going to give it a shot.
I want to come to that gala. I think that'd be a good event to attend, and would love to support that. So I know we had that up on the screen right there. That's on your website. So if people want to buy tickets or they just want to make a donation, they go to kindnessranch.org, kindnessranch.org.
Yes, kindnessranch.org. We also have pictures of all of our adoptable animals and an adoption application. We have wonderful facilities in Wyoming that you can come, everything from a primitive campground to guest yurts, which aren't the canvas type yurts. They're very beautiful, well-built, stick-built yurts. We even have a large manor that can easily sleep 10 people if you want to come out with a group retreat and spend a week and volunteer and just hang out with some of the animals and see what we do.
Wow, so you can actually go and stay on the property and volunteer and basically go glamping.
Exactly,
Go glamping
yeah.
with the
And if you
beagles.
wanted to take a beagle back to your yurt or your tent at night, you can.
Really? So you can like
Yep.
sleep with the dog and then you can basically teach the dog like what it's like to have like cuddles and be snuggled at night by an owner.
Yeah, you can be part of the rehabilitation process.
Man, that sounds like my dream vacation, although I feel like that'd be really dangerous. I'd probably leave with more dogs and I want more dogs.
Well, you know, we were lucky enough that we now have 16 Starlink installations throughout the property, so we have good enough internet you could come out and stream from there if you wanted to.
Wow. That's amazing. So you use Starlink. That'd be really nice if Elon Musk were to somehow find out about your need for another van, and who knows, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk would help buy another van. You never know. I mean, I'm going to tweet this out. Sometimes he sees my content. I mean, look, he's the richest man in the world, so you never know. It would be nice, right? It would be nice. There's a lot of really rich people.
I wouldn't turn it down for
Who
sure.
knows? But you are a facility that is utilizing Elon Starlink. So Starlink is being used to help save these beagles. That's very nice to know.
Oh, we're almost off the grid out where we're at. We don't have landline phones. We have no cell phone signal, so we had to use something. And when Starlink became available, I was an early adopter for sure. And now it's all over our 1,200 acre property out there.
And so you're the owner of this 1,200 acre property, or your organization is the owner, and you live on the ranch, and then you just take care of these animals and live with them 24/7?
I'm not the owner, the organization is. And yeah, we have a staff of about 20 people that live on the property full time, caring for all of our animals. We have everything from the dogs and cats to cows, pigs, horses, goats, sheep, llamas. It's a real ranch, but the only difference is that all of our animals are from research facilities.
Wow, that's incredible. That's so amazing. I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to, but who owns the land? That's pretty like nice that they allow for, this massive sanctuary so that people can just, hang out with animals and rescue them. I mean, that's a lot of property. That's really nice. You don't have to say if you don't want to. I just think that pretty heroic.
When Dr.
It's pretty
Grubman
heroic in my
had the
opinion.
vision- When Dr. Grubman had the vision for the sanctuary, it was purpose bought and built by his own money to found the sanctuary in 2007.
Wow.
And he's been nice enough to come. He comes and visits, and he's still involved, but it's pretty much self-sustaining at this point, and just getting bigger. And hopefully in the next 10 to 12 years, there won't be animal testing anymore, and we can all just vacation out there.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully animal testing ends, but that's really amazing. I didn't know that you could actually camp out with the dogs there and volunteer for a week. I want to go to Wyoming and check it out. I'm gonna have to come down to the ranch. So if people want to adopt one of these beagles, because I see people in the comments right now. Let's go to the chat, because I know that we have a few people that are asking questions. People are interested in this. Let's see anybody want a dog? Now's your time. If you want to rescue a dog, put it in the chat. I know that there's a few people who have told me in the chat before that they want to get a dog. I'm always talking about my rescues, so everybody's laughing at me in the chat right now. They're like, oh no, Laura's going to get a 5th dog. So I'm always talking about how I have so many dogs. If people watching, listening, or when we clip this episode and we put it out, want to adopt one of these dogs, what's the process for if they want to, adopt from Kindness Ranch? Do they need to physically go to Wyoming to get these dogs, or do you arrange for transport? How does it work?
We highly encourage people to come out and spend a night or two. These dogs are so special, and their pasts will be carried with them. So it usually works out best when people come out, spend a night or two, and take a dog back to their yurt with them when they're on the property, and spend the night with a dog that they're interested in to make sure that it's a good fit. And like you, if you have a lot of dogs, you can bring your dogs with you and introduce a new dog to the pack while you're there and make sure that it's a good fit, instead of going through the adoption process and transporting a dog, say, to Seattle and it not working out and then having to bring the dog back. For well vetted adopters, we have the adoption application. We'll do a video site visit and make sure that you have a secure fenced in yard for the dog, and that you have, preferably a dog door, and you just meet some basic qualifications. And we can assist in helping arrange transport, but transport is usually arranged by the adopters. We work on a very tight budget, so we don't have all of that at our disposal. A second van would definitely help with that.
Well, we're going to be creating a Give, Send, Go, and hopefully we can help you raise $80,000. Are you sure that's the number? Because I don't want you to lowball me. We want to try to get the real number here. What does it really cost? Like, that seems kind of low, $80,000. I mean, what's the real number?
The real number is closer to about 140. After we have to have AC put in, we have to have floor drains put in, we have to have all of the tie downs and a special floor. It can add up pretty quick, but we're about 140,000 into the van that we have now.
Wow, 140,000. That's amazing. And where do you get these vans? Where do you get these vans from?
We buy them from a Dodge dealership in Denver.
Oh.
That's just what we've worked with. We're open to other brands.
I knew you were like being like too modest and cheap about it. I was like, there's no way. There's no way that a van like that is only $80,000. So now I got the real number out of you, 140,000.
Well, we buy base models and slowly add to them as we can. So that's what I'm used to.
But obviously, if you're going to be transporting that many dogs, that's not going to, be the cost of a regular van. So that sounds more reasonable, honestly, than $80,000, 140. So I just wanted to know because, we have a lot of really generous supporters here. When the Furry Friends Animal Rescue in Florida was destroyed, we were able to raise $50,000 for them. That's where I adopted one of my dogs, rescued one of my dogs who's blind. When the tornado destroyed the animal shelter, and my supporters are just so incredible, and they sprung into action, and within a week we were able to raise $50,000. So I think that we'll be able to, hopefully, I'm hoping we'll be able to raise the full $140,000, because that would be pretty amazing to be able to help you guys get another van so that you can rescue more of these dogs that are being tortured. That's the least we could do. I mean, given the fact that our taxpayer money against our own will is being used to finance all this animal torture.
It's unfortunate that you unknowingly pay for it with your taxes, and then a nonprofit has to be formed and solicit more money from taxpayers to clean up the mess that they've unknowingly paid for to start with. It's a vicious circle.
Yeah, absolutely. Any last comments? Any last thoughts? I am hopeful that in the next few weeks, hopefully, we'll see statements from maybe the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. I don't know, maybe more statements from NIH about these continued animal abuse experiments on taxpayer dime. Look, it's great that they're shutting down the on-campus lab for the beagles at NIH, but I was told that they also have a primate lab on campus. So what about all these other animal testing labs at NIH headquarters, or these other animal experimentation laboratories that are being funded by our taxpayer money? Hopefully we see some more action on this, because look, regardless of whether you're a Trump supporter, we talk about, political affiliation so much here, but there's so many people on both sides of the aisle that are just totally neutralized when it comes to animals. I find that animals are the great uniter. And I think we can all agree, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of our religion. I mean, maybe there's some religions that, aren't so nice to dogs. We don't have to talk about that, though. But, you'd like to think that regardless of people's background and their race and their creed and their religion and their political affiliation, that we can all at least agree that torturing animals is wrong, and it's unethical, and it's immoral, and it should definitely not be funded by our taxpayer dollars. So I'm certainly going to be using my platform to highlight these issues more, because I think that animal testing in this day and age with, AI and all this advancement in technology, like I'm not justifying it at any stage, but I guess it was somewhat understandable. I mean, decades and decades and decades ago. I'm not justifying it, but all these excuses that they make, like, oh, we needed it for medical advancements, right? Like, maybe you could give these people the benefit of the doubt, but now that the science has proven that there really are no, like, there's really no scientific evidence that suggests that doing these tests on mice or dogs or cats translates into the same, science for human beings. There's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it, especially when these AI models, with the advancement of technology, can produce better results or better predictions for how a human being is going to react to something, as opposed to torturing an animal in a laboratory. So I think that now that our science and technology has definitely evolved and it's more advanced, the most advanced it's ever been, there really should be absolutely like zero tolerance, in my opinion, for any animal testing at all.
When you break it down to well, as Justin says at White Coat Waste, stop the money, stop the madness. The financial incentivization of breeding dogs and selling them to research is so institutionalized, and it's such a comfort zone on so many levels for these facilities. The FDA very plainly says that they are more comfortable reading the results that they're provided from animal testing than they are from AI. So we have to move the money from these facilities paying an average of $3,000 per dog to test on them, to put that money into AI. If you're working with an AI model and you make a mistake, no living creature has to die. If you're testing on a dog and you make a mistake, that dog is dead and you have to go buy another one and put that one at risk as well. So it's just this horrible, horrible, vicious cycle that, with just shifting the money and making AI more financially viable and more broadly accepted, we can put an end to this in the next few years. We have the technology that we could put an end to most of it now, but there's no financial gain for these companies. When you think of the 42,000 dogs last year that were bred for research at an average cost of $3,000 per dog, why would you shut down? It doesn't cost that much to breed dogs. That's huge potential for a profit margin right there. And getting all of that money out of it and making the shift to AI is just a no-brainer. We can do better as human beings and be better stewards of our environment just by ending this needless torture on animals.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Any last comments? Any last thoughts? I think we played all these videos, and we are going to be posting these videos on Loomer Unleashed. We have a couple more videos, actually. Let's go ahead and play the rest of these videos, and then, they'll give you a chance to give your final thoughts. But we have more of these exclusive videos that you took this week while you were rescuing these animals, so let's go ahead and play the rest of them.
This old timer's 11 years old. Spent his entire life in a research facility. Today is this little girl's first day of freedom outside of research. She was born in a lab, lived in a lab, and today it's raining and she gets to experience rain and grass for the very first time. You're home. Go to babies.
I guess that's one way to say welcome home, huh?
I don't understand how they're born in a lab and they live in a lab and they never touch grass. Like, how do they allow these dogs to use the bathroom? Are they just letting these animals live in their own filth and piss and shit? Like, how does that work? Because don't they take these dogs outside to use the bathroom? Like, it's crazy to me that they don't have a facility where these dogs can use the bathroom.
A lot of the facilities that we work with, the dogs live in basically the equivalent of a human prison cell, just with a drain in the floor and pine shavings, and the caretakers just go in and clean it up. A lot of the dogs are inherently a clean creature, and a lot of the dogs develop a habit of actually eating their own feces to keep their living area clean. And that's one of the things that we have to overcome and work with regularly with a lot of the dogs that we get out. It's a really unfortunate side effect of confinement for these guys.
Do they eat their feces?
Yeah. Not the happy note that I'm sure you wanted to end on, but it's an unfortunate reality for a lot of these dogs. They just want their living area to be clean.
So is it hard to I mean, I'm dealing with potty training right now. Is it hard? Like, a lot of these dogs are seniors. You said, how do you potty train a dog like that? Or how do you condition a dog that has been trained to live in a confined space like that? How do you train them to be normalized into, using the bathroom outside or going for walks and not eating their own feces?
Every dog house environment that we have at the sanctuary, each dog has its own dog door. And we've found that over time, and with just mild encouragement, the dogs prefer going outside instead of peeing and pooping in their living area. So once they learn that they have that availability to go in and out as they please and as they need to, they ultimately end up potty training themselves. And then there is an adjustment period when they go to a new adopted home, because it's so overwhelming for them, going from such a desensitized state to being flooded with all of the outside stimuli from traffic and sirens and phones ringing and all of the noises that you and I would take for granted. It's just absolutely overstimulating and overwhelming for them. So there's always going to be this adjustment period when a research animal goes into a home for a first time. So they're not going to be completely potty trained by the time they go into a home, but they have a good head start and they know that the possibility is there. They will look for a place outside of the home to go eventually.
Wow, that's so incredible. It's amazing work that you're doing. Just completely transforming the lives of these innocent animals. So just shows you how abused they are. People just think of, they're tested on, but they don't think of the living conditions and how barbaric it is that they don't even get to go outside to use the bathroom. So they're just trapped in a prison cell and literally held hostage. I didn't even realize that until I learned that from you and Justin. I thought that they at least took the research animals outside to use the bathroom. And so when I found out that they don't even let them go outside to use the bathroom, it's like a whole nother level of torture and abuse when you think of sensory deprivation.
They justify it because, going outside and touching grass and being in dirt introduces variables to research. They have to come from a very controlled environment, and that sterileness is what they command for research animals and how they justify it. All of these places are also regulated through the APHIS Animal Welfare Act and the USDA, and they're supposed to have exercise plans in place. And some of those exercise plans I've seen were concrete basement floors with a little wire pen set up, and the caretaker would just throw a ball into this wire pen, kind of like a crib for a baby, and let the dog basically lay down on the floor for 15 minutes and put it back in a crate and grab the next dog. And that's the extent of the enrichment that some of these dogs have gotten over the years. It's really, really sad, because we know that these dogs can be and should be so much more than just this manipulated test subject.
You see that a lot of these dogs have an extreme turnaround. Like when you rescue them, do you see that eventually they become very normalized, or do they live with that trauma forever, because I've rescued dogs, and it takes a long time. Like, it takes 6 months to a year, in my opinion, for a dog to really kind of develop. And I rescued the dog that I rescued that was blind, only is now starting to like not flinch when you go to pick him up, or when he hears a loud noise, right? And
Yeah.
and the dog didn't want to sleep next to anybody at first, and was kind of uncomfortable, like being cuddled by a human. And now, like, it's taken about 6 months, and now the dog, of course, like wakes up and wants to cuddle and comes over. But even with dogs that have not been kept in crates and in laboratories for their entire life, I find it hard when you rescue a dog for the dog to socialize until about a year passes after you adopt them and rescue them. So do you have some happy stories you could share with us of some of these dogs that have been rescued that, have turned their life around, or have, completely different lives now?
There's one dog that jumps to mind immediately when you say that. A lot of the dogs will carry trauma with them throughout their lives, and certain things will trigger them. My dog, Uno, who I've taken to Capitol Hill several times now to meet with people and show the success stories, he still has severe barrier reactivity, and he's scared to death to go through new doors for the first time. But the dog that jumps to mind off of your question is a dog named Flash that was given to us from a research facility because he was mentally suffering being confined, and all he would do is run circles in his kennel all day long. And when the caretakers or researchers would pick up the dog to test, he would get really, really squirmy, is the word I was told, and he would start to bite some of the people doing research on him. And usually when a dog bites somebody in a research facility, they're just immediately euthanized because they're considered to pose a risk to the people there. And this facility did the right thing. They reached out to us. And we started to work with Flash for months on end. And we found this amazing adopter that really wanted to work with Flash to overcome all of his trauma. And they worked with a canine behaviorist that partners with us, Chelsea Marino at Command Canine. And Flash is now just the happiest, loving, he's just an amazing couch potato. And I see pictures of him, and he's just relaxed. He's enjoying his new life with his family. He goes out and actually lays in the grass instead of his past life of just running circles on a concrete floor. He's an actual family member now. And when I see these successes, it just inspires me to raise our numbers from 500 dogs a year to 1,000. I just want to keep doing this over and over and over, because these dogs deserve better, and the families that bring them in, their lives are forever changed for the better as well by opening up their doors to one of these dogs.
Incredible. It makes you want to tear up. Almost makes me tear up right now just talking about it. So sad, but it's such important work, and I hope that people watching and listening will support your organization, and that they will also consider adopting. Any last thoughts, any last comments before I let you go tonight?
With the spotlights that there are on all of the new legislation being introduced, the NIH facility being closed down, DOD, any federally funded research, Kindness Ranch has the partners, the resources, and the ability to take all of these animals, or at least at a bare minimum assist in the placement of them. And we don't ask for much to get this done, but we want to be involved. We want to help, and we can. We've proven that we can. And thank you, Laura, so much for your kindness and using your platform to raise awareness to this. Getting these places shut down is only the tip of the iceberg, and getting all of these animals safe and outside of research facilities is the next logical step.
Absolutely. And we'll do whatever we can here at Loomer Unleashed to keep raising awareness about this issue. And I encourage everybody to go to your website, kindnessranch.org, to make a donation or to fill out paperwork to adopt one of these rescued lab beagles. John, where do people go to follow you on social media, or if they want to contact you and they want to get involved and support your work, how can they actually contact you and follow you?
Most of our social media is Facebook and Instagram. That's where all of our adopters have groups that get together and talk about the stuff that they've overcome. You can send an email to info@kindnessranch.org to reach out with more generalized questions. And you can find and follow me just at John V. Raymer on all socials.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it. We're going to be publishing these videos that you sent us on social media, along with the Give, Send, Go link that I'm going to create. And so hopefully people will help you in your mission of getting another van.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's been a privilege to speak with you.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Incredible organization doing amazing work to save the most vulnerable members of our society, innocent animals that are being locked away in laboratories and tortured. Want to go ahead and go to the chat, put your comments and thoughts and questions in the chat. Want to take a moment to thank the sponsor of tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed, Kirk Elliott Precious Metals.
Breaking news. Laura Loomer has been canceled. The President of the United States has refused to take her phone calls as he suspects she is soon to be arrested.
Is Laura Loomer the most hated person on planet Earth? We want to hear from you, the listener, and get your opinion on whether or not...
Man, I tell you, I heard she got canceled. We coming for you, bitch. We coming to your house, Laura Loomer. We fight. We know where you live. We coming for you right now. We coming for your friends. We coming for your friend's little dog.
Frankly, I hope they throw her away for the rest of her life. I hope she dies.
She is currently on the run from authorities. She is described as armed and dangerous.
I just can't believe she's been getting away with it for this. An angry mob appears to be forming outside the home of journalist Laura Loomer.
What is wrong with you? Why are you not panicking?
Because I called Kirk Elliott Precious Metals, and I learned how adding gold and silver to my portfolio is one of the safest ways to not just grow my finances, but to also protect them from the uncertainty of the future. So I'm fine.
Call economist Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or schedule a call online at kepm.com/loomer to learn how you can safely grow your retirement portfolio with precious metals.
Again, want to thank Kirk Elliott Precious Metals. Learn how you can diversify your portfolio and invest in precious metals. Check them out at kepm.com/loomer, kepm.com/loomer. They have a phone line at 720-605-3900 where you can call them and speak to a professional at Kirk Elliott Precious Metals and learn all about how you can invest in precious metals, diversify your portfolio, and invest in your financial future and protect your wealth. We've had Dr. Kirk on the program several times. He is very approachable, very informative. I find him to be a very genuine person. So again, we've heard nothing but positive things from the viewers of Loomer Unleashed who have contacted Kirk Elliott Precious Metals. So again, contact them today, 720-605-3900. 720-605-3900 or visit kepm.com/loomer. Before we close out tonight, God, it's been so crazy. There's so much Loomer derangement syndrome. We're going to have a Loomer derangement syndrome segment on the show going forward because these people in the media, they're just so crazy. Like, they're nonstop attacks. So I guess every single week, I'm just going to pick the most deranged clips and I'm just going to show them to all of you so you can see how crazy some of these people are. We had Jimmy Kimmel last night. Jimmy Kimmel decided to attack me for pointing out the obvious fact that the new Pope, the American Pope, the first American Pope, is anti-Trump, pro-open borders, pro-illegal alien, right? Dug up his old social media. There's an article up on Loomer.com right now that you can read if you're interested, documenting all of the anti-Trump comments and statements made by this new Pope. So If you want to check it out, visit loomer.com. It's on the front page of the website right now. And you can see all those receipts and screenshots yourself. Oh, there it is. It's the first article on the site. Click on that. Scroll down. Pope Robert Prevost, long history of attacking President Trump and embracing open borders policy. So we have all the screenshots of the tweets. Scroll down. You can see all the screenshots, calling J.D. Vance a liar, saying all types of things about President Trump. See all the screenshots there. So I just pointed this out. I just pointed out the fact that he appears to have some pro-open borders Marxist takes and that he's a Trump hater, and Jimmy Kimmel decided to pounce on that. Let's go ahead and play the clip. Loomer derangement syndrome. This is what we call this.
At all. Loony Laura Loomer says Catholics don't have anything good to look forward to, just another Marxist puppet in the Vatican. This guy says the newly selected Pope trashed Trump, trashed Vance, trashed border enforcement, endorsed streamer-style illegal immigration, repeatedly praised and honored George Floyd, and endorsed a Democrat senator's call for more gun control, to which Cat Turd 2 said, "This is so bad." And another guy, I was considering becoming a Catholic, not anymore. What a loss for the faith. Trump just hit the Vatican with an 80% tariff on pointy hats. But this is the new Pope, is Cardinal Robert Provost. He is a native of Chicago. He went to Villanova University, where he majored in poping. They make him pick a name. He chose the name Leo XIV, which is a shame because there have been 13 other Leos. We've never had even one Pope Bob, which would have been pretty great. How have there been so many popes named Leo? Leo doesn't even sound like a pope name. Sounds more like the altar boy who got high and ate all the communion wafers. Leo. So congratulations to him. This is an historic era we are living. We have an American pope and a Russian president. Isn't it incredible? President Trump finally announced.
There's Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's Loomer derangement syndrome. We also have a clip from CNN's Brian Stelter. You know Brian Stelter, one of the biggest purveyors of fake news, biggest Trump haters. And now he seems to have found another fixation, Loomer derangement syndrome. I believe we have several CNN clips. Let's go ahead and get the Brian Stelter clip up. Go ahead and play the clip.
We are following the breaking news. Sources say National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will leave the Trump administration here in the coming days.
Remember, it was just over a month ago that editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, published this piece detailing what happened after Waltz accidentally added him to a Signal group chat discussing plans for airstrikes on Yemen. CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is here with more on the media's impact on this firestorm. Now, Brian, full disclosure, you know Jeffrey Goldberg. Did he ever tell you exactly how he wound up in the group chat, what his theory is about why Waltz had him in his phone contacts?
He was coy about that and didn't want to talk about his relationship with Waltz in the past. I've checked in with Goldberg again today. He's not commenting on this news about Waltz's expected departure. But The Atlantic is out with a notably sympathetic column about Waltz today, basically saying, look, Trump has an allergy to expertise. He doesn't want to know about national security, and so it makes sense that the national security aid is now in the discard pile. That's the take on The Atlantic website this afternoon. It's also really telling who is celebrating this news today, including Laura Loomer. Who is Loomer? She is a far-right internet activist, online personality with a sordid history of conspiracy theories, and she loves to pick fights online. Loomer is considered so toxic by some Trump aides that they've tried to keep her out of meetings with President Trump in the past. But you might remember about a month ago, Loomer was able to get into the Oval Office and have FaceTime with Trump. And today she is celebrating this report about Waltz and others being out. She's basically saying she's winning scalps, and she's telling our colleague Steve Contorno that there's a vetting crisis, a broader vetting crisis inside the White House. She says that in that Oval Office meeting a month ago, she was going to raise concerns about Mike Waltz directly to Trump, but then Waltz entered the room. And so she is essentially saying that Waltz is one of the many figures who needs to be out of this White House because they're insufficiently loyal to President Trump. She refers to it as a vetting crisis. She's on X today celebrating this news. But the people that she would consider qualified for jobs in the White House, the people who she would consider appropriate to work with Trump, I think that's a very different list than what kind of a normal mainstream America would consider the appropriate people to be in the White House working with President Trump.
And it was the defense secretary who put information on that Signal group chat that by various agency standards you would expect to be classified. But it was really Waltz's position that was undercut at the White House. Talk a little bit about that, Brian.
And Hegseth, of course, has been perhaps the most sycophantic in his praise of President Trump in recent weeks. You know, if you go back and look at that cabinet meeting earlier this week, it was a very competitive situation with these cabinet secretaries and others going over the top in their support of Trump, but Hegseth has been right at the top of that list, working harder than ever in order to earn Trump's, I don't know if respect is the right word, but keep his job as defense secretary. Ultimately, though, Signalgate, as we started to call it about a month ago, it's not going away, right? Just this week, there was an attempt in Congress to hold folks accountable and to follow up on Signalgate. This is not going to go away, even though Mike Waltz is reportedly going to be going away from his role as national security advisor. This is something that continues to haunt this White House. Trump, just a couple days ago to ABC, said the lesson of it is that people shouldn't use Signal. That might be one takeaway. Signal use is widespread, and there are many other lessons that could be taken away from it. We don't know what Hegseth has learned because he's been in denial about the entire ordeal.
It was really interesting, Brian, because just yesterday, Waltz was in a cabinet meeting praising the president. This morning, he had an appearance on Fox News touting this new minerals deal with Ukraine. His response to this controversy seemingly may not have helped his case, right?
Yeah, it's so crazy the way they react. It really is another form of derangement syndrome, in my opinion. But at least they're highlighting the vetting crisis. I mean, that's the subject of tonight's show. White House vetting crisis worsens. I'm not being malicious. I'm just telling the truth. And he says, Laura Loomer is so toxic that even some Trump aides have tried to keep her out. Oh, come on. We all know that it's not about being toxic. It's about being jealous, okay? People are just jealous that they don't have the brain power. Some of them. Some of the people who work for the president are not very bright, okay? Some of them are. Some of them aren't. Just a fact. So, yeah, I guess some people are going to be professionally jealous. I mean, that's what's happening here is people are very professionally jealous that they don't have the intellectual capacity to come up with the information that I come up with, and they lash out. And the way they lash out is by gatekeeping. So, look, gatekeep at your own expense. Let's play this other clip here from Dana Bash, another Trump hater, formerly married to Jeremy Bash, who is one of the 51 spies who lied. Okay, so all these people are just total Trump haters. And I say gatekeep at your own expense because who are you really benefiting by gatekeeping? When they say, oh, Laura Loomer is so toxic, Laura Loomer is so toxic, even Trump aides keep her out. Gatekeep at your own expense. You are going to harm our national security. You are going to harm President Trump. You are going to harm our country if you continue to gatekeep information and you prevent Trump loyalists from trying to give the president of the United States information that is going to help him make better decisions, help him protect himself. So, yeah, gatekeep at your own expense, because if the Democrats take over again and they're able to impeach Donald Trump, or, a bad apple slips through the non-existent vetting process, well, yeah, it's going to have a blowback on everybody in the Trump administration, because as we've seen, they're not just going to come after Donald Trump. They're going to attack everybody who works for him, too. They like weaponizing government. So remember that. Next time you want to gatekeep at your own expense. This has nothing to do with anybody being toxic. It's all about professional jealousy, okay? That's fine. I don't care if people want to hate me. That's all right. It's not about me. This is about the country. This is about the mission, helping Donald Trump. We can all put our egos aside and we don't have to be friends. I'm not asking you to hold my hand and sing Kumbaya or come have a sleepover with me. I'm not even asking you to go have lunch with me, but people need to work together to support the president and make sure that he has the best information possible. I don't care if people like me. I really don't care. Go ahead and play this clip from Dana Bash.
CNN breaking news.
Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm Dana Bash in Washington, and we are following breaking news. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is expected to leave his post in the Trump administration as National Security Advisor. It is the first top staff shakeup of President Trump's second term. Of course, Waltz has been in a precarious position with the president after he accidentally added a reporter to a group chat about upcoming military strikes. We're going to get right to this. Here with me now is CNN's Caitlin Collins, alongside CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Dasha Burns of Politico, and Mario Parker of Bloomberg. Caitlin, what are you hearing from your sources?
I mean, this is good since Signalgate happened. Strong standing inside the White House. I mean, I remember this morning someone predicted to me back during the transition before Trump even took office that Mike Waltz would likely be the first one to go. And now he is marking the first major staff departure of President Trump's second term. And really, his job has kind of been in limbo all week. We had heard earlier this week that something was going on with him. Officials insisted to us yesterday that his job was safe. But there was a moment that CNN saw on Tuesday when the president was going to Michigan on his 100 days in office. And Mike Waltz, we noticed, traveled on Marine One with him. But 10 minutes later, you see it in Joint Base Andrews. That's his figure. He does not get on Air Force One. It's only about a 10-minute flight, so it's extremely odd to take the helicopter flight and then not actually go on the trip. I was told he was not supposed to go on the trip. And so people raised questions about what this moment meant. So we've been asking White House officials about it. And essentially it just got to a point where he didn't have a lot of confidence, not of the president, not of his senior staff. And he was told, I was told earlier this week, that his time as the National Security Advisor had come to an end and it was time for him to leave. And now we are told that he will be departing, and so will his top deputy.
So the world got to know him through his very, very unfortunate error of adding Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic to Signalgate. But just by way of background, this is an important sort of detail, which is that, first of all, Mike Waltz is a very serious person. He is a former Green Beret. He's a 4-time Bronze Star winner. That all happened, that service, military service, is obviously well before he ran for Congress. As part of his sort of approach to the world, it was much more hawkish historically than anybody around President Trump in the current form. And so my understanding, and I'm curious what you all are hearing, is that never mind Signalgate, it was that very fundamental mistrust of him and skepticism of him and his perspective about the world that was also problematic from the start.
It absolutely was. And I think Signalgate was the reason for his departure, but not really what led up to it. And one of those pictures we just showed, so interesting, of Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff. Despite their Florida roots, many Floridians inside the West Wing, including those two, I'm told that she has not been at odds with him necessarily, but not impressed by his work. He is a hawk. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's been a lot of flexibility among some advisors. Marco Rubio also comes to mind. I mean, long before he joined this administration, he too would have been in the hawkish side of the Republican Party, but this is the Trump era. So Walz definitely did not necessarily fit this, but he was qualified in, many other ways. And a lot of Republicans who I talked to at the transition were actually happy he was in the West Wing because they thought that he would sort of bring stability and things. But back to that point that Caitlin showed, that video is so fascinating. What it doesn't show, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, is on the plane. And he flew to Michigan with the president. And I'm told the president throughout the day embraced the Defense Secretary. Yesterday at the cabinet meeting, it was so clear. So when you sort of step back at this, why Walz, not Hegseth? Because, as Caitlin said, he invited Jeffrey Goldberg into the chat, and that was sort of seen as the original sin.
And can I just say that was captured by our photographers who were excellent, Jay McMichael and Christine Lean, who were there and spotted this and noticed that he didn't get on. Obviously, they are just as good as reporters as we are. Mike Waltz has been fighting for his job this week, though, ever since then. He was in the cabinet meeting yesterday. He did Fox and Friends this morning.
Though.
I mean, he has certainly been doing the things that you would do to try to stay inside the administration.
But by the way, why Waltz and not Hegseth? Also, to the point that you were making, Dana, he was not seen as one of us in terms of the MAGA movement. So often on these issues, especially of foreign policy, it was Waltz and Rubio on one side and Vance, Witkoff, and the others on the other side. And we've been reporting for over a month now, ever since Signalgate, that Waltz was on the chopping block, that it was a ticking time bomb. The reason that he wasn't fired immediately after Signalgate was simply because Trump and the White House did not want to give the media a scalp. But this has been a long time coming. And again, Signalgate was more a byproduct rather than a reason for his ouster.
And do you remember the Laura Loomer list?
Yes.
Sure. She came in, you reported on this, and she had a long list of people, not sure where she got it, but a long list of people on the national security front who were not considered loyalists, but it was obviously much more than that. Mike Waltz was on that list.
Right, absolutely. And to the point of the other panelists, the fact that he was known as a more traditional Republican, hawkish in nature, which is in direct contrast to the Make America Great Again foreign doctrine. But I want to take another step back as well, back to that cabinet meeting yesterday. One of the things that was striking was how many of the cabinet officials subtly gave an endorsement to Hegseth, right? Namely Lee Zeldin yesterday as well, who kind of gave an impassioned defense, talking about the greatest defense in national security head of his recent memory. What that signaled, I think, was that the rest of the West Wing were favoring Hegseth over Waltz. If the president had to make this decision sometime this week, they were casting their votes on which one would be to go.
Can we also talk, I mean, Dana, obviously longtime Capitol Hill reporter, how Speaker Mike Johnson is viewing this? I mean, Trump took several House members to put them in his cabinet, National Security Advisor is a cabinet level position. None of them are now in it because Matt Gaetz obviously did not go on to be Attorney General. Elise Stefanik had her nomination then pulled, and then Mike Waltz, of course, now is the first major departure. Scaramucci is kind of mocking, you know, just how short his tenure was, saying I think that he had 9 Scaramuccis. But it speaks to the level of this is something the White House wanted to do for a while, but they all wanted to wait until that 100-day period had hit because they didn't want anything to happen too soon.
I'm so glad you brought up.
Sorry, speaking of Laura Loomer, just before we came on, I literally got a text from Laura Loomer saying loomered.
I mean,
a verb.
A verb.
So
now a verb.
But she's verbing herself?
She's verbing herself,
okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the political implications of this because, I mean, there's so many, but just on Capitol Hill. Because remember, it was Mike Waltz who had won his seat by like 1 million points. I mean, rough, give or take a few.
In deep red Florida.
He was very safe. And then the special election was a lot closer than anybody had hoped. Now, to be fair to Mike Waltz, it was, well, I think maybe he could argue it's a good thing because he shows how popular he is. But also Randy Fine, who then actually did win, a lot of Republicans were very, especially at the White House, were very frustrated about the way that he
Loomered. Yes, they're very triggered by the fact that that's a term. You know, these clips are from a week ago, and I'm just now seeing these as of this week because there's so many clips because these people are so obsessed with attacking. They have such Loomer derangement syndrome that every day people are like, did you see this clip? And I'm like, wow, you know, I haven't even seen all of the nasty clips. I was busy this morning, you know, doing an investigation into another White House vetting crisis matter. And then I get a phone call. They're like, did you see what Brian Kilmeade just said about you on Fox News? And I had to go look and see what he said too, attacking me, saying that President Trump shouldn't take my advice and that I shouldn't have any credibility as it relates to who is hired. and I'm helping protect the president. So it should say a lot that I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I'm doing this because I admire President Trump. He's a hero to me. He's a transformative political figure, the best president we've ever had. He's the leader of our country and the Republican Party. And I think the Republican Party is going to crumble and fail, in my opinion, when Donald Trump leaves office. I just don't really see any viable successors to the Trump movement. Personally, that's just my own opinion. But it's hard to imagine somebody who's going to really be able to be the heir to President Trump's legacy here in the Republican Party. I don't really have high hopes for it. A lot of people want to instill false hope into people, but I like being a realist. I like living my life. I don't really care what these people say about me, because at the end of the day, I've actually done more than any of them combined to help Donald Trump. Okay. And what have I really gotten out of it, aside from getting totally fucked out of jobs multiple times by people who are jealous of me? That's really what it boils down to. So I think it's really funny when you have people like Brian Kilmeade who come in and try to act like they have authority, when we have all these different clips of Brian Kilmeade throughout the presidential election season, simping for Ron DeSantis, playing baseball with him, trying to tee up his presidential campaign, saying that Trump is unhinged. Like, he actually went on Fox News. I think we have this clip. If not, it's on my X account and everybody can see it. And this is the last thing before I go, I'll say, is we actually have this clip of Brian Kilmeade saying that Trump was unhinged, right? In the aftermath and leading up to Powers, the head of News Corp and the owner of the Wall Street Journal and Fox News and New York Post and all these media entities to support Ron DeSantis and destroy Donald Trump. That's why Donald Trump is always attacking Rupert Murdoch, and rightfully so, right? The guy's a liar, an anti-Trump subverter. So we have the clip here, and it's like, who do you trust? Do you trust me, the person that's risked everything to support Donald Trump, who continues to support Donald Trump despite nonstop attacks and sabotage from people within his own administration? Or somebody like Brian Kilmeade that literally gets paid to read bullshit to the American people every morning, like literally stories for retards, okay? Steve Bannon always says that Fox News is TV for stupid people. Yeah, like the most boomer-esque shit you'll ever see in your life. Like, oh, we woke up this morning and we're going to go to a diner and we're going to ask people, what do you like more, peanut butter or jelly? I mean, the world's on fire right now. The world's on fire. China's about to conquer all of our oil assets in Venezuela and have a freaking, CCP, like extreme presence in the Western Hemisphere, okay? And all of these oil assets are going to be completely taken over by the Chinese Communist Party, and we're going to be surrounded in the Western Hemisphere by the CCP in China, okay? They're getting hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, of our oil assets if these oil licenses expire by May 27th, as I've reported on my website. And these morons over at Fox News want to interview people in the morning about whether they like peanut butter or jelly and Man on the Streets. Like, we're not the same, okay? We're just not the same intellectually. And so I just think it's really funny that Brian Kilmeade wants to go around saying that Trump shouldn't listen to me. Well, I suppose he should listen to you, Brian, right? Where you're attacking Donald Trump as unhinged and saying that Donald Trump was unhinged before January 6th and unhinged after January 6th. Like, I just hate these people, you know, like I actually hate them. And I know that hate's a strong word, but I actually have so much hate in my heart for these people. I hate them. Like, on a personal level, I deeply hate them. I hate all of these people who are just, you know, total con artists and total fraudsters. They are just lying their way to people's, you know, through people's living rooms on their TV screens every morning and trying to lie to the American people, kissing Trump's ass when they see him, knowing that they're trying to stab him in the back every chance they get. I'm just so sick of these people. You know, like I swear to God, if these people were in front of me and they were on fire, I wouldn't piss on them to put the fire out. That's how much I hate.
It doesn't mean it's fact. It's a guy just speaking within the confines of the Oval Office. So it would have helped to have pushback. But once again, the president was unhinged during that period. I interviewed him at West Point, and he was kind enough to give me a few minutes. I've never seen him so angry. That was in between the election and January 6th. As soon as we were done, he just stormed off. And you know how long I've known him for 15 years or 20 years prior to him going to the White House. I've never seen him so angry. So he's convinced he was robbed. There's no doubt about it. But I have not seen any evidence, and these are all incremental examples.
All right. After the
I've seen no evidence of voter fraud. Yes, a dementia patient won the election. The most votes ever received. It's like, okay, Brian, you know, and then when he sees Trump on the phone, I've known Trump for 15 years, and we're going to get Donald Trump on the phone and this morning on Fox and Friends. It's like, you've never seen a bigger con artist in your life than the people on, you know, these people on Fox and Friends that just, like, you know, talk shit about Trump. They work for Rupert Murdoch. They take their marching orders from Rupert Murdoch, and they just lie nonstop about Donald Trump. And then, like, they kiss his ass when he comes on the show, and then they go on these programs and they just smear him and they attack him and they lie about him. Just so out of control. But look, they can say whatever they want to say about me. When we compare receipts and we look at who's actually sacrificed something for Donald Trump and who's actually put skin in the game, nobody can say that they've done more than me. Sorry, but you can't. So for any of these haters who want to attack and say that I shouldn't be anywhere near the president or that nobody should take my advice, let's compare resumes. Let's look at what you've done for Donald Trump, and let's take a look at what I've done for Donald Trump. Because there's no comparison. And the president is not a stupid person. He understands that and he sees it. Just can't have enough resentment and hate for these people. Let's go to the chat. I just want to see last minute comments, last minute thoughts. Fox and Friends is just plain dumb. It is. It's just so stupid. Like I said, it's TV for stupid people. What do you like? You know, what do you like? Peanut butter or jelly? Peanut butter or jelly? Peanut butter or jelly? Oh, let's have some random person on the couch today to talk about nonsensical things that don't even matter. Let's talk about, you know, this cooking recipe from my wife and, oh, you know, stuff that doesn't even matter as the world's on fire. We have a judicial coup going on in our country, but let's not talk about the judicial coup. Let's talk about all this bullshit that doesn't even matter. Like, you just want to, like, blow your brains out when you're watching it in the morning, you know? Like, the dumbest shit you're ever going to see in your life. The most low IQ television. Just so unbearable. Really. Truly. And I think that Trump knows it too. Like, he's called them out so many times, you know, and then he goes back and whatever, he talks to them. But how many times has Donald Trump taken to True Social to call these people out? It's just like the most, they're honestly the most low IQ people you're ever going to see in your life, these people that work for Fox News. I hate to say it, but it's true. You can scroll up. And it is just total controlled opposition. It really is. see what people have to say. Yeah, I mean, someone said hate's a strong word. I'm not sure there's a word for what I feel for them. It's a strong word, but you know, I've I've sat there, I've struggled with it. I was like, is it nice to say this, to say I hate these people? But I've come to realize that it is hate. It's just true hate. It's like pure hatred. I don't care though, because I call myself an equal opportunity hater at the end of the day. I don't care if you're on the right or the left. I've been in this industry for so long, and I have just nothing but like contempt and disdain for so many of these people. Like I said, if they were on fire in front of me, I literally wouldn't piss on them to put the fire out. I just don't care, and I don't know. I'm just not one of these people that wants to go along to get along and pretend like I like them just for the sake of, getting invited to their Christmas parties so I can go to their galas and eat nasty rubber chicken. I'd rather be home with my dogs, to be honest with you. Keep my integrity. Really. The worst people you're ever going to meet in your life. Any last comments? Any last thoughts? Alrighty. Well, be sure that you are following me and subscribe to me on Rumble, rumble.com/LauraLoomer, so that you never miss any of the episodes. If you want to support the work that I do here at Loomer Unleashed, you can subscribe on my locals by clicking the Get Loomered button, subscribing for $7 a month or $70 a year. You can also subscribe on my Buy Me a Coffee account, buymeacoffee.com/LauraLoomer. Again, please be sure that you're following me on X at Laura Loomer and on X at Loomer Unleashed so that you never miss any of our exclusive reports. Be sure that you're following Loomer Unleashed DC correspondent at the Charles Downs so that you never miss any of Charles's in the field reports and commentary. And also be sure that you visit loomered.com, and you can get all of the updates and exclusive reports that we publish on my website. With that, I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. If you're a mother and you're watching this show, happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a fantastic Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day weekend, right? So enjoy, take some time to relax, and be sure that you are monitoring my social media this weekend so that you don't miss out on more of these exclusive reports. With that, thanks so much for tuning in. There's not going to be any Loomer Unleashed this next week because I need to travel. But I will be working on some exclusive bombshell reports. There's going to be a little bit of a hold on Loomer Unleashed in the next week because I'm working on some very extensive reports and I will be traveling as well. So with that, thanks so much for tuning in, and stay tuned for an update from me on social media for when the next episode of Loomer Unleashed